Welcome to Hangar 51. Friday. What's happening, Nate? What's going on? Uh-oh, we got a link already to a Zoom. That's all right. I'm not going to Zoom tonight. Barry, what's up? Wow, Bill, what's up? Yeah, it's okay. You guys can Zoom if you want. There's too many of you guys that don't Zoom. So I'm going live. So, Zoom away. In the shed? No, I'm in the tent. You missed last night. So last night it was 52 degrees in the garage. The tent's in the garage, but in the tent with the heater running, it was 68 degrees inside the tent. So this is really comfortable. Very nice. I could do this all night. Gonna burn it down? No, it's perfectly safe. You have to see the heater I bought. It's like a piece of furniture. You know, it's like a table, and the heating elements are at the very top. So they're a good 18 to 20 inches off the floor, and the air's blowing out. You know, 18 to 20 inches off the floor. So it's very comfortable, and it's a very low blow. You can't even hear it. It's whisper quiet, and the heat's just coming straight out into the middle of the floor here. So yeah, it's not even anywhere near the walls, the heat. So yeah, it's not going to catch fire or nothing. It's going to be fine. Chet 6, what's up? How you doing, man? Oh my God, Pearl Jam! Where have you been, man? Haven't seen you in forever. Just wait about 5 minutes. uh, you'd be surprised, Pearl Jam. I'm pretty damn fast. Yeah, I won all the trophies in high school. My brother and I were pretty damn fast. So, working man at the airlines. Oh, really? And you guys aren't you're not shut down for COVID or nothing right now, huh? How much is your fleet's down? You're not operating at full capacity, are you? Yeah, you're in Charlotte? Yeah. Who do you work for? Can you say? No kidding. 600 flights a day. Wow, that's fantastic. Good for you guys. That's awesome. American? All right, cool. That's awesome. International flights are getting killed. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I can totally understand that. Oh my God, why would you want to do that? why, why would you want to change it back to gas? Oh my God, really? Ugh. No, thank you. No, thank you. You can't stand electric. Why? Holy crap, you're definitely doing it wrong. Too quiet. Hey, they do make an engine sound generator that everybody loves at my field. I have it in my P51, and everybody when I show up at the field wants to know if uh, if I brought the Mustang. they Because they love hearing that sound that it's a recording of a Merlin, and and there's two big speakers mounted inside the bottom of the airplane. So yeah, it comes sailing by and you hear that engine sound. It's pretty cool. Everybody at my field loves it, man. They always want to know if I'm bringing that plane or not. So, Mike, how you doing tonight? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, Pearl Jam, you're definitely doing it wrong. Man, I've got electric planes that can fly 30 or 40 minutes, no problem. And with telemetry, I always know where my batteries are, so there's never an issue worrying about, um, if I'm out of battery or not. I know exactly where my batteries are all the time. Yeah, weed whackers do sound terrible. Wow, you got some great airplanes, man. That's awesome. Jet Tech Don, what's up? How you doing, man? So, what motor are you going to put in the Cub? What kind of engine are you going to put in that? 20 cc. Okay. Craig, what's up? How you doing tonight, man? Yeah, she kicked me out to the no. No, no, it's been too cold out here in the garage. You know, the new uh the garage mahal. Yeah, I see my tent's leaning a little bit. I got to go adjust that. Yeah, the garage mahal is just too cold. So last night was the test, and it was 52 degrees last night around I don't know, midnight maybe. I forget what time it was when I tested it. 11:30, midnight, and yeah, it was 52 degrees in the garage. The tent is in the garage, but I have the heater in the tent, my brand new heater, and it was 68 in the tent. 68 degrees, 45% humidity. It was so nice. It's right now. It's I just turned the heater on. It's 70 in here right now. Yeah, it was 63 when I came in here and started the Zoom or the stream, and it's already up to 70. It's 70 degrees in here right now. So EQ, what's up? How you doing, buddy? Um, so yeah, it's so the tent experiment is a huge success. Super happy that that I could put. It was a bitch to put up in the garage because I just didn't have room. You know, I had a little hole cut out over here for my desk and stuff, and then I put the tent up in front of the desk. It's right in front of the desk now, and my new lighting in the garage for my wall of boxes, which is right over there. Um, I just, I had the wire on the backside this way, so it tilted the light toward the boxes. So now I just flip the cord over the other side to plug it in to tilt the light this way, and it's coming through. That's why you see this shadow right here. Okay, it's because the light's coming through. I actually have part of the rain shield rolled back so that the light can come through the bug mesh that's on the top of the tent. So the same light that was lighting the wall of boxes is now flipped the other way and lighting right inside the tent, right through the bug net. So part of the roof is open and it's still 70 degrees in here. So it's freaking awesome. I love it. So this is working out great. Very happy with this. So yeah, so much for global warming. Yeah, exactly. It's been going down in the 30s, the high 30s, but every night this week, it's gone in the 30s. And while I was doing my show, it would drop into the 40s, which is just too cold. I just couldn't do it anymore. So I finally decided I was just, we're going to try this and see if it works. And by God, it works. So yeah, it's super comfortable. I'm still in the garage, but I'm inside my tent inside the garage, and this is working great. So super, super happy with this. Great Scott! Good to see you, man. How you doing tonight on Friday night? It's supposed to start snowing there, really? You got it ready to fly, EQ? .3D printed skis for your cub. No, no kidding. That's cool. Good for you, man. So it's snowing right now in upper state South Carolina, is it? Wow. What part of the state are you in, EQ? Are you south? So you're gonna fly it tomorrow, or you're just gonna taxi test it tomorrow? Ah, I got you, Eric. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's the weather sucks for sure. Shadow Ops, what's up? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, I'm still in the timeout tent. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, I got thrown out of the house, so yeah, I'm in the doghouse. It's an awful nice doghouse. I'm just reading a thread that was going on earlier. Still no David Garrett. Yeah, no, he's still on hiatus. Is she back? I thought you kicked her out. Oh, she hasn't left yet, Mike. Yeah, she's leaving in March. Yeah, she's got an apartment lined up for March. She didn't kick me out, guys. Everything's cool. We're not fighting or anything. Everything's fine. Yep, she's done with me. Yep. I just couldn't get the garage built and the house emptied fast enough, I guess. I don't know. So, yeah. I'm doing the best I can, but apparently my best isn't good enough. So, yeah. So she's leaving. I got my big, beautiful black car in here today. Oh, it looks so nice in here. Holy crap. Yeah, so the 94's Impala's in here. And even with all the tent and all the airplanes and the desk and everything I have in here, I have room for 4 Impalas right now. I could pull 4 of my Impalas in here right now. And, but I got one in. You know, I got it in today. Um, yeah, it looks great. I washed it before I brought it in. I had to vacuum all the leaves out of it. It had leaves all over the windshield area, you know, and the vents. So I took a blowgun and a vacuum cleaner and cleaned all that off. And the same thing on the back window and in all the rain gutters. And so I cleaned it up as best I could. And then I washed it because it had mildew all over it. So I washed it about 5 times using mildew and car soap and mildew mixture, and just kept going back over it, and got it all off, and then I put it in here today. I backed the trailer in and unloaded it, and it just looks so nice in here. It's just beautiful. Oh my God, it's beautiful. Oh yeah, I could live in here if I had to. Sure. Yeah, it's especially right now. You know, this is easily livable in. You know, this tent with the heater on. We're up to 72 degrees right now, 60% humidity, and the heating unit's set for 72 degrees, so it might shut off. You know, when if it reaches 72 degrees over there, it'll shut off and then come back on. So, oh yeah, Skip Bill's doing all right. Was he sick or anything? Did he get COVID? Well, that wasn't really officially the plan, Mike. Um, yeah, we were both going to live in the it's a double wide trailer, but we'll call it the house. Um, you know, we were going to live in there, and I was going to put all my crap out here, and I've got most of my crap out here, but I still have a lot more to go. Um, so that'll be all next week. You know, I'll be moving more of the stuff out here, but the house is pretty empty. You know, I mean, you know, everybody has seen pictures of all the airplanes and all the stuff that was in here, and several guys have asked, all of that was in the house? Yep. Everything you see in here was in the house, yes. I mean, I've got this garage pretty damn full. You know, yes, I could organize it better and pack it in tighter and make a lot more room, but it's just amazing to see how much crap I've already brought out here, and there's still more to come. Um, that was all in the house. All these airplanes, I've got 75 or 80 airplanes. There's still more to come, but they're not in the house. In the house, there are a couple airplanes. The wings to the airliner are in the garage here, but the fuselage is still standing up behind the door in the bedroom. So I got half a plane there. And then my new flight test Windjet, whatever you call that thing, is in the house because I'm trying to keep the temperature controlled so I can clear coat it. And I don't want it out here in the garage where the temperature keeps going up and down. Michael Beer, what's up? So, no, I'm not moving anything back in, Michael. It's all, this was the plan. This whole situation was planned, I think, 4 years ago, maybe 5. Um, we had this already all mapped out that we were gonna get all the airplanes out of the house. I was gonna build my room and an apartment out here, which is still the plan. And then if we decided in a couple of years that we wanted to build a brand new house, have the trailer pulled off the property and build a brand new house, that we could stay in the apartment out here while they're building the house. So we wouldn't have to go rent a house somewhere, move off the property. We could stay here in the garage while they build us a house. And then that whole thing went out the window because she left me for the second time. And so she left, and everything went out the window, all the plans, everything. I don't remember if we had, no, we hadn't started. You know, we were getting ready to get, you know, we were looking for a building to buy, and we hadn't done anything yet. And but we were planning. We had all the plans going. Richard, what's up? How you doing tonight, man? So anyway, so yeah, so she left, and I put everything on hold because I couldn't afford to do it on my own. Actually, I could have if I'd have known, but I didn't know, and I'll get to that in a minute. So she was gone for a year, I think. Yeah, I think she was gone a year, and then and she came back, and then we started the whole process over again. Of course, prices all went up, everything changed, and Lyndon Stewart, what's up? How you doing tonight, man? Good to see you. So she came back, and we got everything in motion again, and we put a down payment on the building, and then went through permitting to get everything, and it took a year and a half, about a year and a half, to get it through permitting because Pasco County is ridiculous. So we finally got, we put the down payment on it and everything, and finally got it going, and we got it all up and everything, and there were issues with the building, but we'll just skip that for now. And then I started moving everything out here as quick as I could, and I got all the planes out pretty quick. But then my car broke down, and that screwed everything up because, and then she started wanting me to go get a job, and I said, okay, but if I go get a job, then that's going to really slow down the progress on the hangar, getting the apartment built so that we can build a new house. And so she didn't care. She still wanted me to go get a job. And I said, okay. So I started looking for a job, and it was early December, I think, or late November. I found a job at UPS again, but that was a total fiasco. And in the meantime, I kept working on, building racks for the planes so I could get more shit in the garage and getting more boxes and stuff out here in the garage. And then the car broke down, and I was still working on the car. And then let's see, I don't know. I guess it was, I don't know if it was December or early January when she said she was leaving again. And I'm like, okay. Now, in the middle of all that, though, I found out, I had no idea. Honest to God, guys, I worked for Allstate from 07 to 12, okay? Full-time, made good money, put a lot of money in my 401k. Well, I don't know what you guys call a lot of money. I was putting the maximum I could put it in that they would match. So whatever that was. And I had no idea what was in there. Didn't keep track, nothing, didn't care. I figured it ain't enough to retire on, so I didn't give a shit. So I finally decided to look. That was in November, I think it was. It might have been October or November. I looked up to see what how much money I had. And I was shocked. I mean, I was in shock. And she was teasing me for a week that I made it all up, and then I went online and showed it to her, and then she said it's got to be a mistake. If you try to take that money out, they're gonna contact you and said, oh, we made a mistake. That's not your money. You got to give it back. And we both laughed because it was, the way my luck goes, it's probably what was going to happen. So, but I had them confirm it and everything, and so that, and then that's after that is when she said she was leaving. So I had way more than enough money to pay for the garage, and I won't be living under a bridge anytime soon. Now my needs are very, very small, so I don't want you guys to think I've got millions of dollars in a 401k or even hundreds of thousands or any of that, but I have enough to survive on. Okay, so, and I can retire in October, so I can set that up in April, so that I will start getting my retirement in October. And I haven't decided to do that yet. I'm still thinking about it. But anyway, so I've got the money to pay for the garage. As a matter of fact, the final payment's tomorrow on the garage if the bank releases the funds. I don't know if they're going to do that on a Saturday or not. But the garage will be paid off tomorrow if the funds are released. And so the garage is done. I owe nothing, guys. The property's paid for. The garage is paid for. I have a $100 electric bill, a $50 internet bill, and a $50 phone bill, and that's it. That's all I have. I have no other. Well, I've got a couple of credit cards, but I mean that's it. You know, so my means to live are very small, and I have everything I need here. You know, so her leaving now is not anything catastrophic, and so that's fine. So that's where we're at. So yeah, apparently, Mike. Actually, the money is not been the issue. Money is not the issue. It never really was the issue. It almost was an issue when she left almost 3 years ago, because I was out of work at that time, and I had no idea I had any money in my 401k. So yeah, I was worried. You know, I found a job. I was working my butt off to make ends meet, and I was doing fine. I was okay. Roach Coach, my package came today, sir. You were right. Thank you, man. I honestly didn't open it, but I'm gonna live right now. I'm gonna go get it in a minute, and we're gonna open it live. So I was really when she left, I was really stressing. And but she, you know, listen, I don't have any complaints. She paid my electric bill, I think, the entire time she was gone, because it's in her name, and I tried to get it changed into my name, and they wouldn't change it without me putting $300 down, you know, security deposit. I didn't have $300, you know, or I didn't have. Well, I really still don't have. Yeah, I left it in her name, and she paid it. You know, the whole year she was gone. So you know, she's been wonderful. You know, in most respects. And she's not perfect. Neither am I. But yeah. So anyway, yeah. So that's pretty much where we are now. We're up to date. She said she found a place. She's going to leave in March. She told me she wasn't going to have me move her, but we discussed it. She called, I guess, a couple places, and they want outrageous money to move her. And I told her I'd move her. I've moved her 3 times, you know. I told her I'd move her. So that's the plan. She's just going to run a truck, and I'll move her out this last final time. You know, because she's not coming back again. So that's it. You know, that's where we're at. So, but yeah, the garage came out. I'm very happy with the garage overall. I'm not happy how they put it up. I really don't trust it to stand up to a hurricane, even though it's hurricane rated. The amount of damage they did to it putting it up was ridiculous, and I really don't know if it's gonna survive a hurricane or not. Originally, I wouldn't have been worried at all, but now I'm a little worried. So, Keith Christie, what's up? Good to see you, man. So, but anyway, now you're all caught up. That's where we're at. We're not fighting over money. We're not fighting at all, really. So yeah, it's that's where we're at. You know, So this is my doghouse. The doghouse that I paid for. She was supposed to pay for it, but she reneged on it. She did pay for the concrete. All right, we took out, or she took out a loan, and of course, the plans for me to build it and everything all went out the window because I couldn't do it fast enough. So I had to pay somebody to do the concrete work, and so she used her money to pay for the concrete work to get it done because it was going to take me too long to get it done. So I've been trying to hurry the process up as much as I possibly can. Right now I have, if I really wanted to break my ass, I could probably get the rest of what's in the house out of it in one day. But I have every day's a new challenge. This car's broke, that car's broke. There's always something, that gets in the way of, what I'm trying to do. So my immediate concerns keep changing. Okay. I had to get new tires. I only had one good set of tires. I got 9 cars, guys, but none of them had good tires on it. So I bought new tires 2 years ago, I think, maybe 3, for the wagon, because that was my daily driver. And then when I started driving the Impala to the flying field to towing the trailer, I decided to make that more my daily driver. So I switched that set of good tires, because all my cars, all the rubber, everything's interchangeable. They're all pretty much the same car. So I switched that over, and then she actually bought me a set of tires, actually. So she bought me a second set of tires. They're brand new right here, and I've been trying to get them mounted. I had to get the tire machines out of the barn and get them in here to fix them, because the tire machine, so I fixed the tire machine, and I'm ready to mount the tires. 2 of the wheels that I want to put the tires on are on the black Impala that I got in here today. The other 2 are in the parts Cadillac under the tarp over here. Don't ask me how they got mixed up. That's a whole nother story. And so now the car's in here, 2 of the wheels are in here, the machine's in here, it's fixed and working. And yeah, so it's just been like I said, the priorities keep changing every hour. Now, Michael, listen, so all the cars are paid for. I pulled the insurance off of all but 3 or 4. I can't remember if I have 3 or 4 of them insured. And the rest of them are just sitting here quietly until I get back to work or get my financial situation in a better place. So they're not costing me anything to sit here. They're all paid for, and I pulled them off the road because, yeah, it's hard to keep that many cars. When I worked for Allstate, it was no problem. I had tons of money. But yeah, the last few years with COVID and everything, yeah, I had to downsize how many cars I could keep on the road. But I didn't get rid of them. I like my cars, so I kept them. I just not driving them right now. Anyway, so tomorrow, well, not tomorrow. I think I'm going flying tomorrow. If the weather's bad tomorrow, I'm going to mount tires tomorrow. But if the weather's good, I'm going flying. And so I want to get those tires mounted. I just took the Impala for a drive, not this one, the 90. So I have 4 Impalas. I have a 94 that I just did a motor swap on. That's the car that's in the garage. I just have to finish buttoning it up. I got to plug in, all the sensors and finish bolting the transmission cross member in, put the drive shaft back in it, bolt up the exhaust, just some final last minute stuff. And I didn't want to do it out in the dirt anymore. So now that I've got the garage, I brought it in the garage, and so we're ready to finish it up and then put that car back on the road. I put a tranny in the 95 Impala, and it's getting better every day. I just took it for a ride before I went live tonight, and the lockup's starting to work now. It's engaging, and in third gear it would stay locked very nicely. Fourth gear it kept kicking in and out, but at least it's working, and fluid's going through that passageway now. So it's going to do a little more cleaning. You know, the fluids, it's got to clean up everything, and so yeah, it's. So that's coming. You know, the tranny swap seems to be working okay. I think we're going to be all right. We're not there yet. It won't pull the trailer yet, but it drives. I can drive it around, but it won't pull the trailer yet. But the tranny's getting better every day I drive it, so that's a good sign. I think we're going to be all right. So why do I have 9 cars? Well, I'm a car guy. I've always been a car guy. You know, I've been doing RC since '73, and then I started driving a car in '76. I got my driver's license and started buying cars and motorcycles, and you know, I just have a collection of cars that I really like. Some of them are rare and nice, and some of them, you know, just what I like. You know, I don't buy stuff to make other people happy. I buy what makes me happy, and yeah. So I just been collecting cars, and I spend money on them when I can, and when I can't, they just sit. But that was the whole reason for this big garage, was to get my cars inside the garage and my airplanes, and I've got plenty of room for that. So I'll be able to get from Volusia Speedway about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. Yeah, it's my uncle used to live right outside the gate of the Volusia Speedway, on the other side. So yeah, it's on the other coast. But yeah, it depends on how I go and what time I go. But I could probably get there in 2 hours. You know, it's not that far away. Yeah, yeah, right. Cars, RC, and midget strippers. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, so you know, I've got some interesting cars. I've got a '56 Chevy sedan delivery. I've got a '67 Camaro, and I have a '86 Pontiac 2+2, which is that NASCAR big bubble window back. Those are the 3 really interesting cars. The rest of them, I've got, like I said, 4 Impala SSs, a '94, a '5, and 2 '96s. One of the '96s is a parts car. I have 3 Cadillac Fleetwoods. Again, same car. You know, 2 of them have the Cadillac motor in them. One of them is a '93, so it did come with the Cadillac motor. They didn't start putting that in until '94. So I have a '93, a '94, and a '96 Cadillac. The '96 Cadillac is a parts car also. So there's 2 cars for sure that are just um, parts cars. They're not. They were never driven. They're never going to be driven. I have 1 parts car that we were saving for doing I don't know if you've heard of it before, but there's a race called the 24 Hours of Lemons. You know, a play on Le Mans, where you take a $500 car and you can race it in this race for 24 hours. So I have a '94 Cadillac with the Cadillac motor in it that we were going to use for the Lemons race. So that's one of the cars that will be driven, but probably never put back on the street. I could put it back on the street, but I doubt that I will. And then the wagon. I think that covers everything, right? The 4 Impalas, the Camaro, the sedan delivery, and the Pontiac. So that's 7 cars. And then the wagon makes 8. And I think I'm missing one. Or maybe I'm down to 8 cars. Let me think a second here. Oh, well, no, that's actually I have more than that, because I have the three Fleetwoods. So yeah, so what is that? That's 4 Impalas, 3 assorted cars, and 3 Fleetwoods. So that's 10 cars, and then the wagon. All right, I have 11 cars. But, you know, at least 3 of them were never not drivable, never going to be drivable. They're parts cars. So, you know, anyway. So, you know, but they're not, none of them are costing me a dime. They're all paid for. All right. You know, so they don't cost nothing. If I'm not driving them, they don't cost a thing. No insurance, no plates, no nothing. They're just parked. And soon they're all going to be parked in the garage here. Well, not the parts cars, but all the good cars that are drivable will all be in the garage here, you know, this summer. So, so that was the goal. I wanted to get all my planes out here. I want to get all my cars out here so that I could fix the house up to a really nice place to live. And then if we decided to build a house, you know, we could do that and live in here and while we're building a house. So there you go. There's my whole life in a nutshell. Oh, your wife's a car gal. Good for her. Yeah, actually, you know, my ex is a car girl. You know, she likes cars. You know, that was one thing we had in common when we met. You know, she takes very good care of her car. We waxes it. She goes out and details it all the time. You know, she's definitely a car girl. So yeah, Mike. So listen, you need to build a garage like this. It's a lot cheaper than paying storage. You know. And then they're home. You can drive them when you want to. You have access to them all the time, 24/7. You know, it just doesn't make sense to put them in storage. You know, I would have never done that. You know, when I was living at the old place, they were all lined up on the front lawn. They were all drivable. They all had tags and insurance on them, and I drove different ones every day. You know, I had 6 cars. Yeah, I had 6 cars, 2 in the driveway and 4 on the front lawn. Backed in, they were all, you know, show condition. I take them to car shows all the time, and yeah, it was, you know, so that's what I had done. And then, you know, when the job I lost. Well, I was in a car accident, lost my job because I couldn't work, and I've never really recovered from that, partly because of COVID, and. So yeah, so that's kind of it. But you know, so now they're all here. I didn't still have all the cars, but you know, some of them have, you know, need some TLC now, and that's what the garage is for. If I can get them in here out of the weather, I can start getting them all cleaned up, back up, and looking good again, and then we'll go from there. So what's up, Ron? What's up? How you doing tonight, man? You hate your wife's cars? Dude, what the hell's wrong with you? So let's hear what she's got. Tell us what she's got, Mike. I want to hear this. What kind of cars does she have? Well, I'm sure it's not really a problem, Michael. You know, listen, my mom hated that I had all these cars. She hated it. You know, she just didn't understand it. She's not a car girl. You know, so my mom just never understood it. But And it doesn't sound like you can either. You don't understand it because you're not a car guy. So, and there's nothing wrong with that. But you know, you'd understand it if you were a car guy, like she does, because she's a car girl. And you know, there's a lot of, you know, it's nice to be able to go outside and pick a car. And the reason she's not driving them is because you don't have them in a garage that you have access to. You know, it's just too big of a pain in the ass to go to the storage unit and dig one out to go drive it. You know, so yeah, that's why she's not driving them. So you need to build her a garage. You know, you'll make her day if you build her a garage, and you could put your airplanes in it instead of the basement. She could put her cars in it. You know, it'd be awesome. So, but tell us what kind of cars she's got. I want to hear this. 67 Mustang convertible, sweet. 2001 Jeep Cherokee, nice. 95 BMW, 2015 Mercedes, a 58 Porsche Speedster, sweet. Nice. So that's 5. What else has she got? She has 3 at the house. Okay, what 3 has she got at the house? So you have a 4-car garage. That's nice. Yep, that's sweet. The I have a lean-to garage, which is where I used to do my show from. It's not really a garage. It's a pole barn with plastic windowish like material on the walls halfway up. The bottom half is just tin metal screwed to the 4x4s. And check my phone. Check my phone. Check my phone. So, all right, Seattle. Have a good night, man. Um, so, what Ford does she have at the house? Porsche's the one from Top Gun. Top Gun. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. At the house, you got a Porsche, Mercedes, Cherokee, Acura, and an F-150. Well, hell, that's more than 4. You know, that's 5. So one of those is sitting out in the yard. Which one? Probably the F-150. Do you drive the F-150, Mike? Yeah, that's basically what I bought, Eric. It's kind of a, you know, if it would look like a hangar if I'd have put you know, a double wide door on it. You know, the standard door was 12 by 12. It's a roll up door, and I thought that was big enough. It's not. I mean, I knew it wasn't big enough for an airplane, but It's not big enough for a car either. Well, if she drove everything, she wouldn't be putting any miles on them. Because when you have that many cars, you can't put miles on them. Yeah, I know. Trust me, I know. Yeah, when I had 6 of my cars tagged and insured at the same time and driving them all, none of them got any miles. It was wonderful. But now that I had to downsize, yeah, the one car I'm driving all the time is the wagon, and yeah, I'm putting a lot of miles on that. Yeah, mine's a '67, not a '69. Um, but yeah, trust me, you wouldn't drive it every day. You know, they're they're great to go for rides in now and then, and for a change of pace, and they're fun to take to car shows, which I do. I used to do uh, 2 car shows every week. Okay, every Friday night and every Saturday night. There were 2 car shows that I went to every week for 10 years, and and take different cars to these shows. And then in my car club that I started 27 years ago, we used to have a meeting every week also. So I was basically going to 3 shows: my own show, my club show meeting, and then 2 car shows. So I was super active with the cars, and but a lot of things have changed. We lost the one place we met at, and the new place is farther away, and I moved way farther away. So to drive all the way down there right now with gas prices the way they are and everything, now I just can't get back to that. So we're on hiatus from the car shows for a while, just because of you know the world right now sucks. So when the world calms down and everything gets back to normal, we'll be going. I'm going to start having car shows here. I got 3 acres, so I'm going to start having my car club come here every week. We're going to have a meeting right here at the Garage Mahal. So that's going to be coming this summer. Um, yeah, I love Mopower. I don't have any, but I do love them. I'd sure like to have some. Yeah, thanks, Biden. Yeah, Uncle Joe's doing us good. Yeah. And I have 2 motorcycles also. So I have 12 cars right now and 2 motorcycles. Um, yeah, that's a big if. I know. I know. Well, it will eventually, Roach Coach. It's just how long is it going to take for people to wake up? Basically, let's just leave it at that. But yeah, it'll get back. We'll get past this. We'll get past this COVID bullshit and get past the political bullshit, and then things will turn around. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at. No, Roach, you're not the only low power guy. I love Dodge. I love the Chrysler products. I had a Charger for a while. I bought when I started working for Allstate. I bought an '07 Dodge Charger, brand new off the showroom floor, and I it was a small six, uh, but I dialed it up really nice. I had decals made for it special that said Charger SE, okay, because that's what it was. It was an SE model. It's a silver, plain silver wrapper, nothing fancy. I bought the RT wing and put it on it. I bought decals for the blackout decal on the trunk lid to put on it. I painted the wing black. I had the scripts that go down the side for the Daytona that said Charger SE on them. I had those special made, and I had a big black hood decal made for it, like the Daytona, that said just Charger. I don't remember if it said Charger or Charger SE. So I had, and it came out beautiful. It's a beautiful. I could probably find some pictures of it if you want me to. But it was beautiful. So I took that to car shows every week. On the days I was working, like on a Friday night, we'd go to the burger joint, where the car show was, and I'd take that car, unless I drove the Impala that day. Sometimes I'd drive the Impala on Friday because I want to take the Impala to the car show. But yeah, I used to take that to the car show, and it was funny because I had Charger SE written on it, and a guy walked up to me and he says, "Hey, what's SE stand for?" And I hadn't thought about it, and I thought, I don't know, slow edition. And he started laughing, and I said, yeah, it's I don't know, it probably means special edition, I guess, but it's the 6, so it's the slow edition. He just laughed. I think he thought I was being a poser, but no, that's what it's called. Mickey, what's up? It was a Charger SE, so I just called it what it was. But there was a place that made custom decals on eBay, so I had them cut me some decals. And the car looked awesome. It was beautiful. Yeah, I hate silver cars, but with the blackout decals on it, and it had nice, the wheels that came on the car were nice aluminum mags. So the wheels looked great, and the car looked, once I put all those decals on it, it was great. It looked great. And we're just screwing off. What else? And it's funny too, because 2 body shop managers saw me at the show and looked at my car, and he saw that big black decal on the hood, and he looked at me and he said, "Who put that decal on your hood for you?" I said, "I did." And they both said the same thing. Different nights. They both said the same thing. "You want a job?" I said, "Sure." The one guy told me, he says, "Those decals are, the Dodge Hemi decal." He says, "Those decals are $400 a piece, and I went through 4 of them on one car because my tech couldn't get it on right." I just laughed. He says, "Yours is perfect." He says, even after the guy got one on that was acceptable, wasn't as nice as the one you got on. He says, "How'd you do it?" I said, "Johnson's baby shampoo. It's a no-brainer." You just slather it all up, and you get the decal on the hood, and you smooth it around, and you get it where you want it, and you just start squeegeeing the water and the shampoo out from under it. And that's how the pros do it. So worked out perfect. Yeah, and I did all the decals that way, and they were beautiful. So yeah, the 70 Challenger was my car. God, I wanted a 70 Challenger so bad. And then the new Challenger came out, and oh my God, I was just dying for that car. But again, all the money situation and everything that was going on in my life at the time, I just never could get to it. I still hope to get one. Once the job, if I get a job, or if I get the storage going, either or both. If that turns things around for me, then there might be a Dodge Challenger in my future. So we'll see how that goes. that's kind of the plan. All right, guys, I'm gonna go in the house and pee, and I'm gonna bring out the box that Roach Coach sent me, and we're gonna open it. So I'll be right back. I'm back. Got an unboxing to do. So let me find my knife. This comes to us from Roach Coach Hellies. Thank you, sir. Appreciate the. I'm going to show everybody what you sent me. So this is courtesy of Roach Coach. Let me go get a knife. Wait a minute. Got one right there? Nope. Hang on. Nope. All right. Wait a minute. I know where there's one. On the desk. Okay. I thought. Oh, there it is. There is one. I thought there was one of us. All right. Zip up the tent here. And of course, Kenny's in the house. Oh no, they killed Kenny. Those bastards. So there we go. Yep. So. All right, so let's switch cameras for this. So we'll go over to this camera. There we go. And we got Kenny in the house. Kenny's here, keeping an eye on us. They killed Kenny, the bastards. All right, so let's do an unboxing. Mike Bird, what's up? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Victor, what's going on? How you doing tonight? I look dead? Wow, really? I look that good, do I? Damn. I look dead. Wow. All right, so let's get this baby. Nice wrap job, by the way, Roach Coach. Mike, man, you're a good. You must be a good Christmas present wrapper like me, because you should see. You should have seen the present my ex wrapped for me for Christmas this year. My God, it was horrible. I mean, she's a terrible rapper, but this was her worst. Oh my God, it was awful. Joe Habib, what's up? How you doing tonight, man? Good to see you. All right. Just doing a recycling a box is what we did here. That's okay. I do it too. Nothing wrong with that. So I'll give you a little preview before I open this. You sell a lot of stuff on eBay and you buy a lot of stuff on Amazon. Now, listen, I buy stuff on eBay and it comes in an Amazon box just like this. So yeah, I totally get that. So I'd say it's been 7 years. I bought an LX Hobby A10. And one of the cool features on the LX A10 is that the canopy where the pilot sits does two things. It can open like the real canopy, you know, from the radio. You flip a switch and the canopy opens, and you flip a switch and it closes, which is really cool. David yourself, what's up? How you doing tonight? And then the other thing is that you can eject the canopy with the pilot in flight. There's a mechanism on the front of the plane to basically catapult the nose of the canopy into the air, and then the wind just takes it off the airplane and yanks the pilot out with it, because the pilot's sitting on a little wooden box with a magnet in his butt on a screw. it's in the middle of this little wooden box. So then the parachute, the pilot comes down on a parachute with the canopy hanging from it. So the canopy has two functions. Well, when I got my A10, the canopy didn't work. And I contacted Banana Hobbies and said, listen, I to this day, they still don't have the canopies in stock for the LX810 so that it would work. And so I've never had a working canopy. And now I do, because this one works. Michael did a beautiful thing for me. He actually had it plugged in on his bench, and I got a whole bunch of these super cool Roach Coach Heli decals that are super cool. So I got a bunch of those again. Thank you, Michael. I love his decal. This is a really cool emblem. And so he sent me a video of this working. And so for 7 years I've had this damn airplane, and the canopy never worked. And now I have a working canopy. So, oh, you put a decal. Oh, that's cool. Pilot ass. What does it say? It says Roach something. It's not Roach Coach. What the hell does that say? Ashley Roach Clip? I don't know. What does it say? Come on, Michael, tell us what it says. I can't read this. But anyway, so it's very cool, and this one works. So I finally have a working canopy that I can open from the radio on the runway while I'm taxiing out. That looks really cool. And, oh, Ashley Roach Clip. Okay. You have Roach Clip all written together. I couldn't figure out what it said. It looked like a long last name, and I just didn't put that together. Yeah. Anyway. So I finally have a working canopy, which is so awesome. Got a couple extra decals. There they are. A couple extra decals in there. So yeah, so the seat back is attached to this, and then the hole here is where the pilot sits through this hole. Like I said, he's got a magnet in his butt, and there's a steel screw going through a wooden box that sits in the plane. And when you're putting this on, you put it in from the back first, and then when you're setting this down, you kind of have, with him sitting on the box, you use the back of the seat, and you have to kind of push him forward a tiny little bit to get him, to get this past him, to get this in. And then you set it down, and there's a magnet in the front that holds it down. And then there's an ejection. It's a trapeze kind of servo-operated trapeze that pops this up. It pops it up like that. And then as soon as it goes up, the wind catches it, and off it goes. And then it's tied to the pilot, so it yanks the pilot off the chair, his little magnet and butt, and off it goes. And then the parachutes, usually I put it in front of his feet. I roll it up, lay it on the front of his feet. And then it comes down from the parachute to the pilot to this. So it's really cool. And it was a feature that came on the A10 that I've never been able. I've used that. You wouldn't believe grown men want to chase a parachute. It's amazing. Yeah, I mean, it really is. I go out to the field with the A10, and they all want me to eject the pilot so they can go chase it. 60-year-old guys, 70-year-old guys, they want to go chase the parachute. It's hilarious. See, kids, we just don't ever grow up. Guys just don't grow up. So, and then when I bring the EC 1500 out, same thing. Because of the cargo door, you can drop parachuters out the back of that. Same thing. Hey, you're gonna drop parachutes today? And Yeah, if you're gonna chase it, yeah, we'll chase it. Go ahead. Okay. So, yeah. So it's funny as hell that these guys want to chase parachutes. And I don't know, Mike. Did you ever think the A-10 flew different after you ejected the pilot? Did it seem like it was flying any different with the canopy gone? Or I never felt like it was. It didn't seem like there was any change. It seemed to be just the same, whether the pilot was there or not. So, you know, so oh yeah, I felt some of these felt different. So these are iron-ons, the ones with the heavy back, or the ones that are the koala. Are the koala ones the iron-ons, or the big ones the iron-ons? Well, that's gonna be cool. I'm gonna have shirts with Roach Coach Hilly on. Sweet. Oh, really, Roach? Oh man, that's too bad. It flies better than the FMS one. I'll be honest with you. It's a good flyer. I love it. It flies great. I've had a lot of issues with other things like the landing gear and stuff, but yeah, flying, if you can get it in the air, man, it's awesome. It flies fantastic. Yeah, EQ, same thing, man. That opening canopy thing is one of the reasons I bought the damn plane. I just thought that was so cool. And then when I got mine, it never worked. I was so bummed, you know. But I got vindication for that. I got the plane for free. I called Banana, told them I need this canopy, and they basically didn't want to do anything for me, so I filed a PayPal claim and got my money back. So I got my LX A10 for free. It had two issues: the pilot wouldn't eject. Wouldn't the canopy wouldn't open, and the right aileron servo was dead, and the green LED is wired to that servo. So they would have had to send me the whole harness for the right wing, because they just pick off the power off the servo to power instead of running another wire out, they just pick off the power for the green light off the servo. So I had a dead, obviously it was a short and something, because the right servo and the right LED didn't work. So, and I, called them up, left them a message, sent them a text message, no response. Waited 10 more days, no response. Filed a claim with PayPal. They gave them 10 days to respond. They didn't. They gave me my money back. So I got the plane for free, and I fixed everything myself, except this, but they still don't have this in stock. I 7 years now. They still don't have this in stock. I just can't. I can't understand it. I was never ever able to get this working on mine because I couldn't get it replaced. So now I've got one. So again, Roach Coach buddy, man, thank you so much. This is awesome. So it wouldn't go straight to save its soul. Oh, you did get you got the settlement? It looks like perfect, man. Awesome. I'm so glad to hear that. That's fantastic. Yeah, my A10 flies fantastic. I love it. Like I said, it flies better than the FMS one. And you guys, most of you probably know how good that one flies. The wing loading's much lighter on the LX. When they're sitting on the ground side by side, you can hardly tell them apart. They're the exact same size, same scale. They're both sitting on the same landing gear because I put the FMS landing gear in mine. So they just look like a pair of A10s out of the same squadron, kind of thing. But the LX one is probably 3 or 4 pounds lighter than the FMS one. So it's so light wing loading wise that it's just a dreamboat to fly. It's a beautiful flying plane. Yeah, I thought about taking the string off mine, Eric, but I was afraid I'd lose the canopy. You know, where we fly is big field, and you know, so I just figured, listen, it's floating down on a parachute. The canopy, this part would be hanging from the pilot's foot, okay, and so the pilot's sitting in a seating position anyway, uh, coming down on the parachute, and then this is hanging another, I don't know, I think it was about 2 feet off the pilot's foot and coming down. So, um, yeah. So I just let it cut down. I didn't care about that. I just wanted this thing to open because this is so cool when it opens, you know. So that was my big thing is I wanted the damn thing to open, and mine never did. So you can't wait to get what out to the runway? You got a new plane? What do you got? Boss 223, what's up? Good to see you tonight, man. How you doing, man? Get the jet and try it out. EQ, what jet are you talking about? Are you talking about your what were you trying to taxi text? The was that the F-111? Oh, the Viper. Which Viper did you get? You're talking about the Taft Hobby Viper. You got it ready to fly? Ronnie, what's up? How you doing, man? Yeah, Ronnie, it's a huge difference in weight. The LX model one is super light. FMS planes are heavy by nature. I mean, my my 1700 Mustang weighs 11 pounds. Um, the first time I picked that son of a bitch up, I didn't think it would fly. I swear to God, I picked that damn thing up. My hands sunk into the wings. My fingertips. I could feel it was so damn heavy that my fingers were crushing into the foam, and I was like, oh my God. I didn't think it would fly, but Jesus, it leaps off the ground in like 20 feet. It's unbelievable. It's amazing how good it flies. But yeah, it's a heavy son of a bitch. I couldn't believe it. So yeah, I doubt seriously. My A10, the FMS A10 is probably 11 pounds, same weight as the Mustang. But I'd be surprised if the LX A10 weighs 6 pounds. I mean, it's just so much lighter than the FMS plane. It's unbelievable. So yeah, I'm super happy with my LX810. It flies great. I know they have a lot of issues. LX models, listen, you got to be a modeler to enjoy LX models because you're going to work on it a lot. But that's the price of the hobby. You know, if you want, uh, I could do that. You guys want me to do that? You want me to put this canopy on it and I could probably do that. Hang on, let me go see the big. Okay, I got to be honest. It's so tight getting around the airplanes to get inside the tent that I'm going to have to move some stuff. All right, so I'm going to be off camera for a good 5-10 minutes to get the racks moved so I can get past the racks with the A10 in my hand because that's a big airplane. It's going to take some maneuvering, finagling. So so if you guys want me to do that, I will. I'll be happy to do it. But I'm going to be off camera for a little bit. I'm just saying. All right, so Mike Bird says do it. Eric says do it. Roach says do it. Who else? Who else is in here? We just lost like 7 guys all of a sudden. What the hell happened? Where did everybody go? Why did everybody jump ship all of a sudden? We had 22 people in here. Now we're at 13. You know, I don't know what happened. I don't see anything here that... I don't see anything that offended anybody that I could tell. Oh, they're coming back here. We're back up to 14. Okay. It's Friday night and you're feeling right? All right, so which plane are we talking about landing gear on? Between Eric and Roach. Which plane are we talking about, guys? It says 19 in your stream? Okay. Oh, come on, it's not late at all. Those guys over in the Zoom right now, that Zoom will go on till 3 or 4 in the morning, guys. I mean, I'm not kidding. You know, it's usually me and Air Marshal and Mickey from Australia are the 3 that are there until dawn. And then there's others that pop in and out. Ronnie comes in sometimes, and um, who else has been in there late? So yeah, but it's usually the 3 of us for sure. Barry Campbell sometimes. Oh, the Viper. Well, Eric, do you have a Taft Hobby Viper? Dude, I think you have more planes than I do. Oh, holy shit. Because I'm assuming that Roach is talking about his Viper from Taft Hobby. Is that the Viper you're talking about? Chris, Mr. Jackson, RC, what's up? Good to see you, man. How you doing tonight? You doing all right? Are you out driving in this damn snow? So, are you asking about the landing gear in the Taft Hobby airplane? Is that are you curious about that particular landing gear, or are we not all on the same page? Do you have a different Viper, and is that the one that the Roach Coach is talking about, or am I the one that's out of the loop? Which is usually the case. So, hey, Mason's here too. Holy crap! How you doing, Mason? I think this is the first time you've been in my stream, isn't it? Father-son combo tonight. Look at that. Hey, how'd that one get over here? That's weird. Let me make some room on the table here. What is this cord to? Oh, all right. I know what that is. We'll just put this guy out here. That won't be in the way. So I know that camera's just going to get knocked off the table, so let's just take it off the table. I'll leave those up there. Hey, that's important. Let's keep that antenna up here. All right. Good enough. All right, that'll work. All right. Radio Master. Oh yeah, for sure, Mike. The Radio Master is the absolute best radio out right now, bar none. It does everything for everybody. Okay, doesn't matter what protocol you're flying, you can fly it on that radio. It's amazing. Love that radio. It's so well made. It's just a piece of engineering genius. It really is. It's just a beautiful radio. Right, Jackson. Listen, man. You're preaching to the choir here, guy. We're all behind you, 100%. You know, all Horizon keeps doing is bringing back old airplanes with smart technology in it. I had a survey on my show last night. You know, how many people are using the smart technology? I don't know. We had 30 people on the show. Three people are using the smart technology. Air Marshal's using all of it, and the other two guys were only using the battery telemetry, kinda, and that was it. Nobody else is using the smart stuff. You know, they don't need it. They don't have, you know, most of them don't have a smart transmitter. I shouldn't say most of them. I think most of them don't have any smart batteries. So it doesn't work without the smart batteries, and you know, and that's part of the package. You know, is to make you buy all smart stuff to use it. Where my telemetry works with everything. Oh, sure, I understand that, but so's Ryan. But Ryan doesn't use any of the smart stuff, or um, I shouldn't say that. He might be using the battery telemetry, I think. Um, but Air Marshal says he's using all of it. He watches the temperature and he watches everything. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. I cleaned the table off. Well, give me a minute. I'll get it. I'll get it. You know, I'm just trying to stay. I'm trying to get involved, or or at least try to stay involved. All right, let me go. Let me go get the car. Talk amongst yourselves. Don't leave. I'm gonna get the A10. Just give me a minute. All right, so I can get to the A10. Now, how am I going to get? I need a box that says that his landing gear's not down. Oh, good work. Rubber screw. Okay. Cutters. Alright. I need that to set the plane on. Alright. Now you get the plane. See if we do this without breaking the damn thing. Alright, how's this? How are we doing here? Oh wow. Alright, let's switch cameras here. Okay. And then I'm gonna have to back that camera up. Alright, hang on a minute. Let me think how I can back that camera up here. I really don't want to move the TV out there. Let me, what can I come up with? Oh, that'll work. Perfect. The old camera tripod will work. Let's do that. Alright, so let's put this out here. Okay. Let me make this as tall as I can make it. Almost there, guys. Working on it. Hang on. Okay, that's not bad. That might work. Oh, turn around this way. Okay. Now, how far back can I move this? Let's put it over here. And that's going to suck. I'm going to have to go on. Oh, that's all right. All right, so if we put this here. And tilt it down a little. All right, let's back up some more. Whoops. Yeah, that's going to happen. All right, let's come down a little bit. I think that's too high. All right, how's that look? Is that better? Can you see it? See, I can't get underneath it now. Let me get underneath it, and then I'll reset it again. All right, maybe if I turn it. Okay, that's not bad. Hang on, we'll get it. Let me get the right angle here. Is that all right? I guess. Okay, so that's not too bad. Is that all right, guys? Does that look all right? Feeling sick, getting motion sick. Litz, what's up? Good to see you, man. Oh, Michael, you have no idea. This tent is huge. It's unbelievably big. Looks fine. Okay. All right. Okay. So, all right. So we got it on here now, and so let me think here. What are some of the mods that I've done to this? Of course, it's got the FMS landing gear in it, which I'm having some. I think I'm having ESC issues. I don't think the Beck has enough amperage to run the gear. So I'm having some gear issues. It just doesn't go up and down consistently, but it's great landing gear. What else did I update on this? I put, I've got barbecue skewers reinforcing the horizontals in the back. I stiffened them up with that. The fans are original. They're the 5-bladed fans. And when you throttle back and cruise, which is where I fly this, it sounds good. If you go wide open throttle, it sounds horrible. Those 5-blade fans sound like shit. But throttled back, they sound pretty good. So that's how I fly it anyway. There's some other mods I did to this. What the hell were they? I thought of them a minute ago. Now I can't think of them. Shit. The hell did I do this? I think I had to remake one of the wing tips. Got ground off. I remade that. Yeah, I can't remember what. It'll probably come to me. All right, so now you can see. So this is how the canopy comes off. All right, there's a, it's got a magnet in the front, and it comes off, and there's an ejection system right here, and then that flings this up in the air. Okay, grabs a hold of the pilot. There's the pilot. He's got a magnet in his butt,
and he sits on this screw right here, and he's stuck to the screw. But when this goes off, it yanks him off the screw, and then the parachute comes out with him, and then this is the way it looks coming down. You know, the canopy's dangling beneath the pilot. Okay, so that's how that works. And I think, yeah, I have this set up for different battery connectors, which I'm going to have to change now. Okay, so here's the new canopy, which is going to go on the same way. Well, I guess I put that away. Yeah. So it's on there pretty good, but that ejection thing works great. It'll just yank it right off of there. So yeah, so that's all right. Let me get back in the chat here for a second. Kenny 10 is huge, great. Looks fine. They have a really bad whine to them. Yeah, wide open throttle, they whine terrible. But when you throttle back, I'm usually flying it just off of half throttle. And it doesn't sound bad. It's got a kind of a more of a hum than a whine, and it doesn't sound that bad. Yeah, but isn't this supposed to be like, you know, flat color gray to be, you know, unnoticed? You don't want that thing shiny up in the air with the sun reflecting off of it, you know? It's supposed to be stealthy. Oh yeah, this is a great airplane. You know, the A-10 was, you know, and the frickin', you know, the damn bean counters. Oh, I know what I did. I'll tell you. The bean counters are assholes, because, you know, they were trying to say, oh, the F-18 can do what the A-10. No, it can't. Shit. Not even close. You know, it doesn't have that fucking gun on the front of it. So here's what I did. So this, and I'll have to power it up to show you the rest of it, because it's kind of cool. So this is the gun here. That's the FMS gun. So I modified this, and I'm really proud of what I did here, guys. It's very cool. So what I did is you guys have to know LX models to really fully understand this. But LX likes to put this silly ass flashing LED in a lot of their planes that's multicolor. Okay, so it's purple, aqua, red, blue, green, yellow. It changes colors and changes the flash. The rhythm of the flash changes. So they put that on their gun, and their gun is made out of foam, and it's a piece of shit. It gets beat up all the time just putting it in and out of the car. It was a piece of crap. So yeah, EQ. Listen, I totally get it. I understand. I'm just saying that when you throttle it back, it doesn't sound as bad. I'm not saying it sounds good. It just doesn't sound as bad. Okay? It doesn't have that high-pitched, shrill, you know, sound. It just kind of has a humming sound. So it's not that bad. It's not good, okay? But it's not, it doesn't sound like a jet. So, you know, but it doesn't sound as bad as that shrill. So, but yeah, I get it. I'm not defending these crappy fans. I'm just saying that, you know, it's not as bad. So anyway, so I took the foam, I cut the foam gun off, and this gun, for you guys that are familiar with the FMS A-10, is plastic, and it has the cooling holes drilled in the side of it, okay? So the like the real gun has, so that when the barrels are getting hot, these cooling holes let it cool, to cool it off. So I left enough of the foam to hold the LED. All right, I shaved the foam down to almost a circle, sticking out, the length of this gun. And then I slid the gun over it, because this gun's hollow in the middle, and it's got an opening in the middle of the 7 barrels. There's a hole through the middle of it. And I'm going to show you this in a minute. I'm going to plug a battery in and you'll be able to see it. So now my gun has the light out the front, sticking out the front, and you can see it through the cooling barrels, because the foam is so thin after shaving it down that you can actually see the light now through the cooling. So it looks kind of cool. So, hey, it came with the plane. I figured I'd make use of it, do something with it. So I'm going to go get a battery and plug it in so I can show you. You know what? I might have it. That battery might be in here. Hang on a second. I think that battery is in here. Just by coincidence. Isn't that... Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. Oops. So this thing's made out of... It's not made out of EPO foam. It's EPP, or that cheap ass styrofoam they use on those dollar store soda coolers. So it's very delicate foam. It damages very easy. Not a fan of that, but that's what you get. Okay, so I think I can just plug this in. So the receiver's in there. I can't remember the last time I flew this. So the battery, let me check the battery way back here so it doesn't fall off the styrofoam stand. Okay. Okay, so that's probably not going to show up. I'm going to have to turn that light off. But you can see it. And then the wingtip lights are blinking, the nav lights. So let me kill this light for a second. I'm probably going to knock this camera off the tripod again, but I'll do my best. Listen, guys, this tent here is so cool. I'm very happy with it. But I'm telling you, it is a bitch to navigate around. It really is. It's a pain in the ass. Not complaining. I'm glad I did it, but it is a pain in the ass. All right, so let me... There we go. Okay. All right, so let me see if I can get back in here without knocking the camera off. See, something changed, because I got more slack in the cord now. I don't know what happened. Alright, let me get underneath this. Okay. Alright, can you see the colors? Let me try to twist it toward the camera more again. I don't know if you can see the colors on that. Here, let me point the gun straight at the camera. So that's what it looks like coming straight at you. Which I don't know if they were trying to simulate gun barrel flashes, maybe. But they put this light in all of them. My B2 Spirit has this light in it on the landing gear. I mean, they just like this fucking light for some reason. I don't know why, but they put it in everything. So it's in this, and then like I said, you can see them through the cooling barrels on the side here. So that was a mod I did. I thought was pretty cool. Considering that, you know, it was already in the airplane, and I didn't like the way the yeah, it's leaning too far forward because of the battery being in it. Let me see if I can back it up a little bit. Oh, it's on the... There we go. And then, of course, the red nav light is there. And the red and green are they're blinking at different intervals. They're not in sync. They're not at the same speed, and they're not in sync, so they keep getting off. But yeah, so that was some of the cool light stuff that I did. Cool bananas. So yeah, and like I said, that's, you know, I just took it as that they wanted the flash to look like gun barrel flashes. I don't know. And it would have if they didn't make it this multicolor, which honestly, it's a beautiful, it does beautiful colors. I mean, it does a lot of violet, purple, blue, light blue, aqua, red, green. You know, it does a lot of different colors. So it's a, you know, they've got it programmed to look pretty cool, actually. So I got to give them kudos for that. It does have some features to it. Okay, so let me unplug this for a minute. To make this work, I got to go get a radio. So let me turn the light back on and get my radio. See if we can get the canopy to work. Oh my God, what a pain in the butt this is. If you guys saw the rig I have set up out here, you would laugh your asses off. This is the most Rube Goldberg freaking setup I have. So, just so you know, the tent won't stand up completely on its own. You have to anchor the front and the back because it's like a slinky. And if you don't anchor the front and the back, it just folds together like a slinky. Okay? So I've got the front of the tent is tied to the desk you know, to hold the front up. And the back of the tent is tied to another build table, just like the one I've got the plane sitting on right now, tied to the leg of the build table, and a light fixture that I have back there, a big, heavy, one of those 500 watt, you know, standing lights that you can aim the heads. So that's what's holding the back of the tent. So these you got to crawl under these damn wires to move around. So it's a pain in the ass. But that's what I had to do to get the tent to stand up. All right, so I don't know if it's in this radio or not. Let's look. It probably is, because this plane's so old. It probably is in this radio. Let me look. guess it's not. All right. Let me go get the other radio. I don't see it in there. Let me go get the other one. I think the other one's still out in the car. Okay, I think that's still hooked to that. Should be. Okay, I'm going to touch on something real quick, guys. There was some confusion last night. I don't know if you guys are up to speed on this or not, but I'm going to tell you again, just so you know. All right? So, because you guys brought up a minute ago the Radio Master radio. So, listen. You don't order a Radio Master radio with the protocol you want to use. You just buy the radio. All the protocols are in the radio. I know it's hard to believe, but the radio comes with 70 different protocols already in it. You just pick the one you want to use for that airplane, not for all your airplanes. You can use all 70 protocols on 70 different airplanes on the same radio. You just pick the protocol, Spectrum, Fly Sky, Free Sky, Futaba, Tactic, whatever you're going to use per plane is you just pick that protocol when you go to set the receiver up, and then when you bind the radio to that receiver in that protocol, that's what that plane flies on that plane. Same radio. The radio has all the protocols in it. Okay, you're not ordering a Radio Master radio with Spectrum. It comes with Spectrum and everything else. It's all in there. You can fly all your planes on the same radio. No matter what protocol you're flying, the radio will fly them all. You know, you just got to set it up when you're setting up the plane. So there seemed to be some confusion about that. I know it's really hard to believe. I mean, like, oh my God, it'll fly all of them? Yeah, it'll fly all of them. I have, my Radio Master is currently flying Spectrum, Free Sky, Radio Master, which is Free Sky, and I think I have a Tactic, trying to think what else. Yeah. So it's flying a Tactic and Spectrum and Free Sky right now. Same radio, 3 different protocols. You know, the airplanes that each one uses it's all in there. So there seemed to be some confusion about that. Just wanted to straighten that out. Yeah, when you buy the Radio Master radio, you get them all. You don't have to order it for the one you want to use. They're all in there. You know, all right, so let's see. Yep. Okay, I don't know if you'll probably be able to see this. I forget which switch it is. Okay, so you see this little, watch right there. You see that thing pop up? That's what ejects the pilot. Let me put this guy back in here. I'll show you. And all it's doing is it just puts it up in the air, in the wind. And then the wind rips it off the airplane. Okay, so there's in place. You see it lift up? So that's all it takes. You just got to get it up in the wind, and then the air takes it off the airplane. So there's this little ejection thing that.
0 volts, 0 volts, air brake off, air brake off, air brake off. Air brake off.
Let me try to get it.
0 volts, 0 volts, air brake.
Yeah, it's not coming up all the way right now for some reason. I don't know what happened to that.
Air brake off.
Oh, it's not.
Air brake.
Yeah, see there, it's supposed to go up that high. Can you see that up there now?
0 volts, air brake off, air brake off, air brake.
Yeah, so there's something wrong with that. I don't know if it needs a little lube on it.
Air brake.
It's not extending right. It should stand all the way up like that. It's sitting up pretty high out of the, but it's not working real well right now.
Air brake off. 0 volts,
So,
0
but
volts.
yeah, but that's how it ejects the pilot, because when it takes the canopy off, it goes with it. So, all right. So let me see if I can where I can plug the little power thingy in, so we can make the
0 volts,
canopy open.
0 volts.
This is exciting for me too, guys, because I've never seen my canopy open. All right, I'm just saying. You know, I've had this plane for 7 years, flown the crap out of it, and I've never seen the canopy open. So this is, you know,
0 volts.
this is
0
big time for me, guys. This damn thing never worked. You know, so I'm pretty excited here to see this work. Let me sit down here a minute.
Alright, so that gets plugged into this.
Zero volts, 0 volts.
And then this plugs into this. I'm assuming it goes this way. Not marked, but it should be that way. It follows all their other crap.
0 volts, 0 volts.
Okay, let's see where we plug this in. Here's my flashlight. Let me try that and see if we can see what's going on here. Alright, hang on a minute. Let's do this.
0 volts, 0 volts. 0 minutes, telemetry lost.
Alright, so let me get to the receiver. Alright. So all 8 channels are being used. Oh, I think all right, so maybe I'm just gonna unplug the ejector for now. So I can plug the canopy into that. If I can find where that goes. Oh, okay. So this is. Oh, that's it. All right. Let me get this extension here. And if you were wondering, so this uses this little just pin in. There's no lock on this. Okay, this is because it has to unplug itself when it ejects. So they have this real easy release plug here. Okay, and red, okay. Damn it, can't see. Okay, so this little tiny plug right here. Okay, and then it just, I mean, you don't have to take, you barely pull on it and it pops apart. So that's when this ejects off, it leaves this behind. And again, you know, some of the stuff LX comes up with is, you know, simple but works, you know, and then sometimes they just completely miss the boat. So the landing gear in this particular airplane was the worst landing gear I've ever seen in any airplane ever. It was just the biggest piece of crap I've ever seen. I don't know how they expected that to work. I don't think it would have worked on a smooth, you know, a billiard ball smooth runway. I don't think that would have worked, that landing gear. I mean, you'd have had to grease it every time. If you had even a slightly bad landing, that landing gear would have just come apart. It's the biggest piece of crap I've ever seen. All plastic, tiny little wheels. It was ridiculous. I couldn't believe that was the landing gear they put in this damn airplane. I really couldn't. It was just so stupid. Did I turn the radio off? No, it's not. Okay. All right, let's see if...
Telemetry recovered. 0 volts, 0 volts. Air brake.
It works! Oh my god, it works! That is so fucking cool.
0 volts.
7 years I've waited for this, guys. 7 years, all right? It finally... I can't believe it works. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Here, let me get it in there so I can... Oh. Here, I'll put my pilot in here through the... Let me see.
0 volts, 0 volts.
So, all right, I'll put the parachute in there, like that. Okay, all right. So I'll just hold this behind here.
0 volts, 0 volts.
So this is where it's a little tricky. You gotta pull this forward and pull the pilot off his butt magnet to get that under there, and then you slide it back. And he goes right back on. And there he is. Okay, All right.
0
And then-
volts, 0 volts.
And then here we go. Now, is that badass or what? Go ahead. Make fun of LX models. Go ahead. Go ahead.
0 volts, 0 volts.
FMS don't do that. Yeah? I wish Air Marshal was in here. Take that, Air Marshal.
0 volts, 0 volts.
Oh, Roach Coach, this plane goes straight down the runway. I don't have any of the issues you guys are having. This plane is so easy to fly. I love this airplane. It goes straight down the runway for me, no problem.
0 volts.
You know,
0 volts.
you guys just, you know, if I was there, I could help you fix the issues you're having, you know. Yeah, exactly, Eric. How do you like me now? You know, LX, how do you, yeah. You know, I could fix all the issues you guys are having because I know what's causing them.
0 volts.
This plane does no problem going down the runway.
Air brake off.
And just so you guys know, because you probably can't see it, the canopy is sliding forward under the cowl here. Okay? So it's locked underneath this. It slides back just like the real one and then goes up.
0 volts.
Okay?
Air brake.
So it's sliding back and then it goes up. See? And then when it closes,
Air brake off.
it comes down and then slides forward. And now it's locked underneath, you know. So yeah, so they've even thought of that.
0 volts, 0 volts.
Oh yeah, with the crappy landing gear was shit, you know. Although, you know, all right, I gotta be honest. You know, on my first takeoff, the maiden takeoff, it went straight down the runway, no problem. The problem was, as I was rotating, I hit a little clump of grass. It was a grass runway, and it ripped the nose gear out of the plane. I mean, it just, because it was just barely glued to the paint, okay? Not to bare foam, not just to wood, not screwed to wood. It was just glued to the paint. So the paint came off the foam, and the landing gear fell out. So the whole flight, the landing gear's hanging from the servo wire, doing this, you know. So the CG was way forward, way back, way forward, way back, and it just, you know, was, you know, penduluming like that the entire flight. It was, oh my God, what a ride that was.
0 volts.
So that was my maiden flight. So I didn't get one flight with the landing gear, all right, because the nose gear ripped off on takeoff, and then one of the mains broke on landing. So yeah, total shit landing gear. But it went straight down the runway until it came out of the airplane. All right, so now here's what I didn't know, and I'm going to test it now. I didn't know if it was the motor in mine that was bad or the little power supply that was bad, because I never had a way of testing it. So
Brake off.
I'm gonna take this off now and try my canopy and see
0 volts, 0
if my canopy's plugged in, will my canopy work? Because if my canopy works, then all this time it was just that little power, you know, the little power converter that was the problem, and not the motor in my canopy. I never knew which one was the problem.
0 volts, 0
So let's
volts.
try mine now and see if this works. I'm curious. This is so cool. Guys, I gotta tell you, that is just fucking awesome. Excuse my French, but goddamn, 7 years, and it never worked. And tonight it works. And I just can't, oh my God, that is so cool. That is just absolutely so badass. All right, so let's... All right, so that's plugged in the right way. Yeah, I think so. All right,
0
all right.
volts,
Let's see if my
0
canopy
volts.
works. Because it might have just been the power supply all this time. Maybe the canopy wasn't the problem. I don't know. Oh, I got tape. I got my. See, I had taped mine because it would blow open. So let me take the tape off. Okay. All right.
Air brake.
Well, the motor spins, but the mechanism's not engaged.
Air brake off. Air brake. Air brake. Air brake. 0 volts. 0 volts.
All right. So what's wrong with it? It looks like. So it must have been my power supply because the motor never ran. My motor's running now, but it doesn't open the canopy because the this whole thing is spinning. Oh yeah, it's not hooked to the. Oh, I think it's broke off the. Yeah, it's broke out of the foam. Okay, all right. Maybe we'll fix that. Let me look at yours.
0 volts.
No,
0
I'd have to run.
volts.
All right. Well, anyway, so how cool is that, guys? Is that the badass or what? I mean, that is just fucking awesome. I can't believe how cool that is. I mean, that's just batshit cool. All right, so see how he's I can pull on the pilot because his butt is magnetic to the block he's sitting on. So, but then you just give it a little tug and out he comes. So, so very cool.
0 volts. 0 volts.
So, yeah, all right. I can die tomorrow now, guys. My life's complete. I've seen my LX A10 canopy open, so I can you know that does it for me. My life can end tomorrow, and I'll be happy.
0 volts. 0 volts.
Nope, got it backwards. Let me flip it. I'm in my own light. I can't see a damn thing I'm doing here because I can't see. My hands are blocking my light. Okay, I think I got it.
0 volts. 0 volts.
See, without the pilot in there, it's easy to put the canopy in.
Air brake off. Air brake.
Oh my god, I'm giddy. That's just too cool. That's just way too cool.
0 volts. 0 volts.
Now shut that. Oh, I can turn her off. No, I'll just turn the volume off. Yeah, she's giving me the. I didn't plug in the telemetry for the battery because I'm not flying it. So she's warning me because there's no voltage. Which is, see, this is what she does when you're going out to the flight line. If she's yelling at you like that, that means you forgot to plug your telemetry in. She's telling you, hey, I've got no voltage. Hello? Plug me in. So you can't screw it up. It's foolproof. All right. So and I put her on a volume control so I can shut her up. So, because I get a lot of complaints. You guys aren't the only ones that complain. The people at the field complain too. Because nobody's using telemetry. Nobody. So if you were used to the radio talking to you because you're using telemetry, it wouldn't bother you near as much. I'm gonna wear this bitch out tonight, guys. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna play with this till I break it. Oh my god, that is so cool, Mike. I can't thank you enough, man. That just made my night. That is just so fucking cool. I'm telling you, man, that is just so cool. I've never seen it in 7 years. I've never seen that work. It's just so cool. So is Matt still in here? Matt, are you in here still? Yeah, I know you guys think it's annoying. I know, and I'm used to it because, you know, everybody. because you guys don't use telemetry. Like I said, you know, and I'm going to tell you something that's funny for me anyway. You know, Rich Baker, RC Informer, he's a real pilot. So his cockpit is talking to him similar to this, you know, all the time. You know, either a master warning switch goes off because something's configured wrong, or even if it's when you turn the autopilot off, it goes, you tell him, Mike, you know, Bear, tell these guys how many sounds and voices you hear during a flight from the cockpit. Tell these guys what you go through, all the different sounds and stuff that you have to listen to, because they all think, you know, like it's silent up there. I guess because, you know, a radio talking to them just drives everybody crazy. It's hilarious. Everybody at my field says the same thing, guys. It's nothing I haven't heard before. Everybody thinks it's obnoxious as hell. Yeah, I'm running dual tents right now, guys. No, Mike, you know, listen, so, you know, oh God, you guys. All right, so on my videos, when I'm viewing a plane or doing a maiden or whatever, I set her on high talk mode on purpose, because you're not standing there seeing what I'm seeing and watching me fly it, okay? You're not there. So I make her talk a lot so that she could be your eyes, because you're not there, of what's going on. Normally, when I'm flying, about every 20 seconds, the only thing she says is 29, and then 20 seconds later, 32, you know, and that's my throttle position, okay? So she's telling me what my throttle position is, how much throttle I'm using, because I want to know. Because when I learn my airplanes, I learn, you know, what's the magic number. For this plane, I think it's right about 29, which is 29% above half throttle. Half throttle is 0. Negative numbers, if she's saying negative 29, then that's 29% below half throttle. And actually, I take that back. Yeah, it's not that high. You know, almost all of my jets fly cruise mode below half throttle. So it's probably like -5, maybe -10 is probably where it's at. Because I'm usually flying my jets below half throttle. And but I you know, it's been a while since I've flown it, so, you know, but I you know, I can feel the airplane when I'm flying it, and I know if I'm on the sweet spot or not. So, and then once I find the sweet spot, I just listen to her, and she tells me what the number is, and then I know where you know, I have a target number now. I would know where I need to fly it, and that's all she says the entire flight, until I, you know, if I put the flaps down and the gear down. Of course, she says flaps down and gear down and whatever. And then when I have the battery voltage set to 3.7 volts. So that's the threshold, under load. So once I hit 3.7 volts under load, I know that I'm getting close to time to land, okay? At that point, I know that, you know, in cruise mode, you know, with that, you know, on the sweet spot. Now, if I go full throttle, you know, hell, some of the planes she starts squawking on me right on takeoff, full throttle. And that's just because of the load on the motor at takeoff. You know, she's going to do that. But as soon as you throttle back, she shuts up. And then, So when it starts notifying me that the battery voltage, she just gives me the 3.7 volts, 3.6 volts, 3.5 volts, whatever the voltage is, she's telling me, okay? And I have that usually set up for like every 11 seconds, maybe 17, it varies, And then a lot of times once I put the flaps down, she's giving me the battery voltage she's not giving me battery voltage. She's giving me throttle position every 5 seconds once I put the flaps down, because I'm on final. I'm landing, I'm on final, and I want to know where my throttle is in case I'm below the threshold I should be or above or whatever, and I can make adjustments, on final. So she's only squawking at me like that for the last 10 seconds of the flight. And, and that's how I have her set up. She don't talk that much normally. But when I'm doing a video for you guys, I make her talk a lot so you guys know what's going on, what I'm doing, what the plane's doing. Yeah, she's under the table right now. She's a little busy, guys. You guys want to know how to shut your wife up? That's how you do it. So anyway, that's how I set it up. You guys can set it up any way you want, The radio doesn't come to you talking. It doesn't say anything when you get the radio. You just have to tell it you want it to say something, And then there's an amber package, which is hilarious. It's a real sexy woman's voice that's pretty much insulting you the entire flight. If you have her programmed. Like, was it meant to do that? Basically you crashed and you flip the switch and she says, was it meant to do that? And then I have it programmed when my batteries are getting to the critical, she says, you should really think it's time for you to land. And then if you get to supercritical, I have her say, you should really think about landing. So that's a package you can add to get more funny voices. And then she giggles and she says, "You're fucked." So, it does a lot of funny stuff. If you want to program it for that, and again, it won't say anything until you tell it to say something. So, the radio's absolutely quiet. I think the only time it speaks without you programming it is if you're running out of range, your SSR, your SSI signal strength, the RSSI signal strength. Once you get to critical, she says something. I think she says RSSI low, okay? And that's the only thing it's programmed in that happens automatically. You don't have to program that. Now, I have mine programmed. She talks to me before that voice comes up and says, she just reads me my signal strength. So instead of just saying RSSI low, it says RSSI, 37 or 47 or whatever. She gives me a number. I have her give me the number it is, not just low. I want to know how low. So she gives me a number. And that usually, I have that set higher on purpose, So it's usually around 47 to 42 is where I have that set. So if I fly far enough away that I get that signal, that she says RSSI 42, then I pull it in a little. I think, okay, that's, I really don't want to hear that, so let's not go that far. But again, it's totally programmable, guys. You can set it up, any way you want. So, don't for a minute think that you have to listen to this, and I say that the Radio Master is exactly the same way, guys. It's the exact same. It's the exact same OpenTX without the Amber package. You have to add the Amber package. So, hey Roy, why are you putting Run for the Hills in timeout? What's going on here? Ron's a regular in here, guys. Why are we putting him in timeout? I mean, was that an accident or, what's going on here? Oh, shut up. Now it's buzzing me because I haven't touched the sticks in 6 minutes or whatever I have that set for. So now it's warning me that the radio's been unattended too long. So you forgot to turn it off. See, the nose gear worked, but the mains didn't. This is a problem I've been fighting with this plane. I guess the amperage on the back is just not high enough. I had to separate the mains from the nose wheel to get them to work at all. And the mains are still not working. The nose gear's working, but the mains aren't. I hear this one. Okay, so this one's coming down now. And then that one. I had to separate them on 2 different channels so I could put a delay on the nose wheel so that all 3 weren't hitting the back at the same time. And but that one still didn't come down. So, and I've had the gear checked. I sent them back to Horizon and they checked them and they're fine. So that's not the issue. There's something else. Like I suspect the Beck's just not strong enough to run it. It is an LX model Beck, so. So I'm thinking about putting a separate Beck in the plane to power the gear. So I can't get that to come back up. The main won't come. It's clicking, but it won't come up. So I just don't think there's enough power there to run it, but the nose gear will go up. Yeah, so yeah, it's just it's being stupid. So this is a problem. This is why I haven't been flying this plane, because I haven't had time to really investigate it that much. I got other pokers in the fire, and so I haven't been farting with it. But now that my canopy works, I'm going to have to fix it. So yeah, Roach, I agree. I'm pretty certain that's what the problem is. So I'm going to put I'm going to get an 8 amp Beck, and the only thing I'm going to plug into it is the gear. I'm just going to put a separate Beck in here and just power the gear. I'm just going to plug the gear into it so that it runs the gear and. No, Keith. No, there's actually a company out there. Are you sitting down? I hope you're sitting down, Keith. Yeah. Hey, Ron. Welcome back. Sorry about that. I hope you're sitting down, Keith. There's actually a company out there worse than Dynam. Are you okay? You all right? Yeah, I know that's like, holy crap, really? But yeah, there's actually a company out there worse than Dynam. But they just make such cool airplanes. I'm sorry, I can't hate them. I know a lot of people hate them, but I can't hate them. They make cool airplanes. You just have to be prepared to do a lot of fixing, for lack of a better word. I mean, I'm not going to candy coat it. There's going to be a lot of things you're going to have to fix. That's all there is to it. But when you're done, So here's another thing. Again, worse than Dynam. All right, watch this. This will blow your mind. Let me. Now this plane, I'm telling you right now, sitting here, it probably only weighs about 6 or 7 pounds, not the 11 pounds that the FMS. Watch this wing. Yeah, it ain't gonna work. I'll have to pick up both wings, but watch how much this wing deflects. Hang on. I gotta get the CG right or it's gonna flip over. You see, look at how much that wing is deflecting. Okay? So the spar does not go all the way out. So yeah, if you pull a hard G turn, the the wings kind of do the you know. So again, you know, you know, are there issues with LX model? Yeah, there's some issues, but it flies fantastic. It's got way more detail on it than the FMS plane, and I love. I have the FMS A10. Listen. I'm speaking from experience. I can put them both. I couldn't put them both on the table right now. I'm sorry, there's not enough room in here for that. But I can sit them side by side and show you everything. I have both planes, and when I fly them, I usually take them both to the flying field, and so they can fly them together. You know, not at the same time, but when they're on the ground in my pit area, everybody comes looking. The guy's got 2 810s over there. So yeah, everybody comes looking. So, but yeah, it's all right. One more time, and I'm going to put it away. I'm sorry, I got to watch it one more time. Oh my God, that's just too cool. I know. I'm easily amused, guys. I'm sorry, but I'm just telling you that is fucking awesome. I just can't tell you how cool that is. So, all right, let me put that away. Freaking awesome. Just freaking awesome. All right, so let's pull this back. Try not to unplug it, although it doesn't matter. I'll set that there. I can pull the battery out. I think I'll leave it in there. I'm just going to unplug it. All right, and then we'll put this back. And then I'm going to slide it over. Is there anything over there? No. All right. Let me slide it back over there. All right. And yeah. All right. All right. So let me. Okay. All right. No, wings in my way. All right, that works. I'll leave it there. All right. So, all right, I gotta go pee. Be right back. Let me go pee, and then we can have some more fun. We'll see what other kind of trouble we can get into. Oops. All right. So I've missed a shitload of the chat. So let me get me back up to date, guys. You gotta. I was too busy playing. I couldn't watch the chat. So tell me what I missed. Get me up to speed here. Oh God, you know what? This isn't gonna work because I can't read the chat. The plane's blocking the TV. All right, maybe if I turn this way. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, the wing's blocking part of it, but I can see most of it. So I think I'll be all right there. All right, I'm gonna have to keep doing this. I might be able to. Well, maybe I can. Let me try this. Maybe I can put this wing up enough. Yeah, that'll work. All right, now I can see the chat. Okay, good. All right. All right, so where are we at? What did I miss? What are we up to? Who's doing what? Who's still here? If you're still here, raise your hand. No, EQ, that's why I put them on separate channels and put a delay on the nose gear. The nose gear is not trying to run. You know, the mains are clicking. There's just not enough amperage to run them. You know, the nose gear's got a 10-second delay on it. So, you know, the mains are almost all the way up before the nose gear even starts to move. You know, I did that on purpose because it was working in that configuration, but apparently the Beck is wearing out, if you can do that, because it won't do it anymore. It was working fine when I first did it, but it's not working anymore. You know, I just need a better, you know, the Beck that came in these speed controls sucks. That's all there is to it. So I'm going to have to get a new one. You know, we'll get it. We'll get her. You know, don't worry. We'll get her. We'll get her done. Get her done. You know, I'll get it fixed. You know. But yeah, I love this airplane. You know, I'm sorry guys, you LX haters. I love it, and I haven't gotten to the point yet that I'm going to replace the fans. But if I get a good enough deal on a couple of fan units, I might change those out. Yeah, Roach. Mike, I can't thank you enough. That just made my day. That made my year. No shit. I mean, that made my year. And I'm going to leave Ashley Roach clip on the canopy. That's my pilot for life. She's staying right there. Is that your daughter's name by any chance? Just curious. Yeah, maybe if I create a vacuum in the tent, it would work. Yeah, maybe that. Yeah, that might do it. Actually, that might get the, you know, the less air pressure. You know, might. Lyndon, well, you're waving. Are you saying goodnight? Is that a wave goodnight? Are you out of here? Are you staying? Are you waving somebody else goodnight? You know, just checking. I see the waving. I don't know what it means. Yeah, it's 180 bucks. I know. Yeah, I spent it. I bought the landing gear. So, yeah, I actually spent it more than that because I bought more landing gear for my A10 also, the FMS A10, because one of those gears failed. So yeah, I think I have 2 spare mains, and then the full set here that I know work. They just, like I said, that's just the amperage, you know, is the issue. Oh, it's a Cheech and Chong character? Is it really? I don't remember that part of it. I just remember the two of those guys, with the smoke coming out the windows of the. That's the only thing I remember from the movie. Yeah, wave if you're still here. That's it. Yeah. Oh, you're still here. I gotcha. I love you guys. That's funny. Now, that's funny right there, man. I don't care who you are, man. That's funny. Yeah, I listen. I don't know any trivia about that movie. I think I watched it once, 40 years ago or something. I don't remember, but yeah, it's a funny movie, but it's for me, it's a movie you watch once. I wouldn't want to watch it again. you know, it's not like Top Gun. I've probably watched that 100 times. So yeah, it's not one of those kind of movies. Um, oh, well, okay. Well, I don't know that album at all. So I don't know anything about that. No, I know both meanings. Never, never tried the stuff in my life, and never had the inkling to try it. Um, Matt, you're in trouble, buddy. I think we have the new best jet right here with that badass opening canopy and my flickery light. I'm gonna have to dial this baby up. I might just have to give you a run for your money this year. So just saying. uh, okay, good. Michael, I'm glad. Thank you. Thanks for taking that hit for me, man. I appreciate that. Oh my God. Why don't you expect to win this year? You know, you've got a great setup there, buddy. Why would you think you wouldn't have a shot at winning again? Yeah, exactly, Mike. I listen. This is me totally sober. I don't drink either. Never had a a drop of alcohol either. Okay, I've had a drop, but I've never had a drink in my life either. Yeah, so yeah, I'm this silly. That's just me. I don't need any outside influence to be a complete idiot. Well, you better get. Are you flying tomorrow? Go out there and practice. It's like riding a bike, dude. You ain't gonna forget how to do it. You'll be right back in the saddle, man. In 2 flights.
Send me some muffins. Oh my God. Fading, going to bed. All right, Rich. Listen, hey, it's 1 o'clock here. I don't know where it is where you are, but thanks for hanging in there. You know, glad you were here. Good to see you, man. You have a good night. It was rough, but you were glad to do it for me. I mean, I appreciate that, man. You are the man. Thanks for taking one for the team, buddy. I'm telling you, man, you are all right. It's amazing how much. So the temperature went down to 64 in here because I left the door unzipped. If the door's not closed. If I close the door, because it did the same thing last night, the temperature will go back up. So it makes that much difference. It's amazing. You know, it's just fabric, you know, and not that, you know, big a deal. Like, it's not like insulation or anything. It's just plain, you know, like vinyl. So, yeah. Let me go zip my door closed. I'm not leaving. Just gonna do a reach around here, around the camera here. See if I can do this without knocking it off the pedestal here. Oh, this is gonna be bad. Oh, that won't work. Yeah, we're in some pretty tight space here, the way this is set up. Uh-oh. So I knocked the camera over. Why is it doing that? Oh, I know why it's doing that. Oh, shit. Well, that's not going to work. You know, the camera was outside the door, and I'm closing the door. So guess what? The camera wants to fall over because, you know, it's outside the door and I'm inside the door closing it. All right, so now let's see if we can get under this wire again. Yeah, you got to be a contortionist in here to do this. Okay. All right, I think we're all right. We still pointed at me. We all right? Yeah, that's okay. We're good. All right, good. All right, so what else is going on? Yeah, speaking of that, Mike, Nolan, so I'm teaching a buddy of mine to fly. And this guy's just a chain pot smoker. So he comes out to the field. We're flying his plane. And I'm teaching him to fly. And we're out there before he rolled one. He was flying fine, you know. You know, he's a beginner, so he's, you know, we got the safe on, and, you know, but he's controlling it. He's keeping it out over the runway. He's making his passes down the runway. He's doing pretty good, you know. And then, you know, we go through, I think, 2 batteries, and then he decides he's going to go smoke a doobie, and he comes back out. He can't fly at all. He has no fucking clue what to do. None. And he's just giggling the whole time. And, yeah, he can't fly at all. I mean, not even a little bit. I just took the radio away from him and said, okay, you've had enough. Get it. Go back to the car. It was just ridiculous. So I told him, I says, okay, so from now on, don't come out here flying, wanting to fly and smoking pot, because we're not doing it. I'm not wasting my time with this, guys. I'm just not. If you're going to come out here and smoke dope, then forget about flying the airplane, because I'd rather be flying mine. If you're not going to take this serious, I'm not taking it serious. So there's a no smoking weed policy at the flying field for you. So yeah, what am I, racing a barn? Yeah, exactly. No, actually, I'm in a barn. Oh, you thought you were going to the butt cam. No, Air Marshal's not in here. We can't go to the butt cam. Yeah, same thing. I know both meanings. The reach around, yeah. That. Oh my God, you guys are hilarious. Oh. Sounds like a lightweight to me. He's a weed top flyer. Oh God! All right, so guys, what else are we gonna talk about tonight? Oh, here just another observation on the 810. The FMS 810 actually has the gun and the gear correct. The landing gear is not in the center of the airplane, and neither is the gun. Okay, the gun is offset so that the barrel that's firing is in the center of the airplane, and the rest of the barrels are offset, and then the landing gear is offset the other way to compensate for the barrel, being offset the other way. And that's the way the real plane is. The LX model, everything's right down the center. So the gun's in the center, the gear's in the center, totally not correct, not scale. For you scale guys, that would make a difference too. Yeah, it's not right on the LX, but it is on the FMS. So a couple more. The panel lines and everything though are crazy accurate on this plane compared to the FMS, to the point of, I think, overdone. I'll just say it. It didn't need all this detail. It really didn't. It's I think the FMS did a good job. Theirs looks fine. It doesn't need all of this. So, but it's on there. This actually had there's a wing, like a slat in between the wheel cell here and the fuselage that this model came with. I didn't put them on, but there's a slat that goes right here that on the real plane is to keep the vortex air coming off the gun from going through the engines, because it could starve the engine. So this plane, they don't deploy, but you can put them on. It comes with them. I just didn't put them on. The FMS doesn't bother with that. And again, overkill. Yeah, I think so. Did it need those? No. And any modeler that really wanted to get that detailed with this model would have just made his own. Wouldn't have been that hard. I'm sure I still have them. I could put them on, but I couldn't put my hands on them right now. I don't know where they are, but I know I'd still have them. I keep everything. Usually I leave that stuff that I don't put on an airplane in the box. I know where the box is. The box is sitting right there. So they might be in the box. Oh no, wait a minute. Is the A10 box out here or is it in the other garage? I think the A10 box is still in the other garage, actually. It's not out here. The B2 is out here. Yeah, I don't think the A10 box is out here. I think it's in the old garage. So, but yeah, if I still have those, they're probably in the box. Well, the adrenaline kills the rush, or kills the buzz for you, Roach, because you give a crap. Okay, my buddy doesn't give a crap, so it doesn't kill his buzz. If he crashes the plane, he don't care. You care, so that's why you get, you know, anxiety. And he doesn't, because he don't give a crap. Yeah, I figured, I figured that's why I told you to wait. I figured they'd go to 4 times. There it is. Hell, it wasn't, what, a day? Wasn't it yesterday I said that? It was yesterday or the day before. Yep. So now you're at 4 times the points. So, I don't know, Tim. How do you know? Do you know? I mean, come on. Maybe the scale guys are in a tent in their garage talking to you jokers. Yeah, see, it went up 4 degrees already since I zipped that door close. It went from 64 to 68 that fast. I mean, how long ago did I zip that door closed? And it went up 4 degrees that fast. So it's amazing how much this tent, with the roof wide open, half the roof wide open, how much this tent keeps the heat in. It's amazing. It's really blowing my mind, guys. Almost as much as my new canopy opening. Um, EQ, you can. It doesn't matter. I mean, obviously you're not going to fly with it on, but yeah, you can. You can let the motor run a couple seconds. Even a minute if you want, with it still on if you want. It's not going to hurt anything. But if it's a good glow plug, you don't need to leave it on there. I mean, leaving it on there, you're killing your battery. So, because it's a dead short. That's why the little glow plug is glowing hot, red hot, because it's a dead short. You got a short between the battery, and that's what makes it glow. So yeah, the longer you leave it plugged on the glow plug, the faster you're going to kill the battery. So yeah, but you don't have to oh my god, I gotta get it off right now. I mean, just get it off when after it's running. It doesn't need to be on it anymore. And if it dies as soon as you take that off, get a new glow plug. Don't even try to restart the engine. That is all you. If it stops running the second you take that away, you need a new glow plug. Don't waste your time trying to start it again. It ain't gonna work. Okay, just get another glow plug. Unless you just feel like flipping props and hitting starters all day, you're just wasting your time. Just get a new glow plug. You should have a whole box of extras, because sometimes you'll go through a glow plug of flight. So yeah, you want to definitely make sure you have extras. I fucking hate the fact since we left the EU, Horizon Hobby stopped us ordering from their UK where. Oh, no shit. So when you say, Mike, you left the EU, what does that mean? So you're in England, right? Is that right? Or yeah, it doesn't. If they've got a big one of those big dry cell, uh, you know, big batteries, hell, you can leave it on all day. It's a lot of battery there. But if you're using that little, looks almost like a syringe one that just clips on, and it's only there's not a lot of voltage in there. So, the longer you leave it on, the quicker it's gonna wear it out. So, but yeah, it's you're not gonna hurt anything leaving it on, other than draining the battery. But that it's not gonna hurt anything. But it doesn't need to be on. Once the engine's running, it's running. It's similar to like a diesel. Once the diesel starts, you don't need the glow plug anymore. It's going to keep running. All right, Tim. Hey, thanks for being here, buddy. You're a blast. I love it when you're here. You're hilarious. You have a good night. Yeah, if you're going to fly gas, Eric, you make sure you always have plenty of spare glow plugs, because nothing sucks worse than being at the flying field and running out of that, because then your day's over. You just it's a gotta have. There's no spare way to do it. You gotta have it. So. Yeah, make sure you always have spare glow plugs. Yeah, Roach, pretty much. Yeah, same thing. It's like going to the flying field with all your electric shit and forgetting your batteries or forgetting your transmitter. it's it's one of those things you got to have. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. If you don't have it, you ain't flying. So yeah, you got to make sure you have that. Yeah, that's another one. Good point, Mike. That's true. Yeah, and either spare receiver batteries or at the very least a way to charge them at the field. I mean, of course you're going to be sitting for a while, but at least it's an option to recharge the batteries you have. But yeah, you want to have, a spare pack of receiver batteries and, charged so that, if for some reason, because you can have a failure, too. I mean, think about it. You could break the wire off of, the solder connection, and okay, now your day's over. You don't have a battery, unless you have a soldering iron. You're not gonna be able to fix it. So yeah, so you should always have backups for everything. You know. I mean, most of the times right now, because I haven't had my Radio Master radio long enough to, I really don't want to put all my planes that are already on radios on that radio. I don't really need to do that. These radios are fine. Um, so all my new planes are just going to get put on the Radio Master as I, you know, build these planes that are still in boxes and buy new planes. I'm just going to keep adding them to the Radio Master, and eventually I'll fill that one up. But I always have the Radio Master with me. You know, even though everything that's in the car right now, nothing in the car is flying off the Radio Master. But I have it with me anyway. Why? Because it's a backup. If something goes wrong with one of these radios, that radio can fill in for anything I'm flying. So I can easily copy a file and create a new model and bind it to the plane, and I'm ready to fly again. So yeah, it's I always had that radio with me, no matter what. I used to carry my DX6i with me, you know, when I first got my first Tyrannus radio, just in case one of my bind and flies that I fly, you know, I had a problem with the radio and I wanted to fly, I could just get the DX6i out, you know, create a new model, bind it to it, and I'm flying. So, you know, it's not exactly what I want to do, but hey, I'm at the field and I want to fly. It's an option. So yeah, I used to carry that. I don't carry it anymore, but I always have the Radio Master in the car, always. Oh yeah, I remember those days. Yeah, and you had to have a different transmitter for every airplane you flew. There was no model memory in the old radios. I just brought my old radios out to the garage yesterday or day before. You know, again, just boxes in the house. And I grabbed this box, I opened it. Oh, look at my old transmitters. Closed the box, brought it out here. So my old transmitters are sitting in a box over here on the floor. There's, I think, 4 radios, and there's 2 Futaba. There's a 6-channel and a 7-channel Futaba. And then I don't remember what the other radios are for. They're not, I don't think they're airplane radios. I think they're toy grade surface radios, I think. I don't know. There were several radios in the box. But the 2 Futabas were my main ones. Yeah. Yeah, I still have I have 2 flight boxes. Yeah, I still have those. You know, I doubt I'll ever use them again. You know. For you guys that didn't start back in the old days, like Mike and I, the 2 big game changers for us, and I'm sure Mike's going to agree, is the 2.4 gigahertz, so we didn't have to go get the clothespin anymore, was a game changer, and now the electric, you know, versus the gas. You know, the electrics are so efficient now, and so easy to fly. It's just amazing. So those 2 things for me completely changed the hobby. I mean, completely. Looking back now, I sit here thinking to myself, how the fuck did I do this back then? I mean, why would I do that? It was because we didn't have anything else. I mean, it's not like, you know, now it looks like, why the hell would you ever go back to that? Well, I wouldn't, you know, but back then that's all we had. So back then it was perfectly acceptable, you know? But when I'm looking back at it now, I just shake my head like, how the fuck did I do that? Yeah, you'd sit at the field for an hour waiting for the clothespin because the frequency you're on that you can't, well, you can change it, but most people don't have spare crystals. I actually went out and bought 2 spare sets because I got tired of waiting for the clothespin. So I went out and got 2 extra frequencies so that I could pretty much fly when I wanted to, you know. I would just change frequencies and just go fly, you know. But yeah, the 2.4 gigahertz deal, huge game changer. And then now the efficiency of these batteries is just unbelievable.
I mean, when I can fly a twin-engine electric airplane for 34 minutes, you know, hell, I don't ever need gas again, ever. Yeah, let's see. The fuel back then was about $10 a gallon. You know, I remember paying like $9.98 a gallon for fuel. You know, back in the '70s. So, and then it went up. I think it was up to like $18 a gallon, maybe something like that. So it doubled. Um, and then now it's, you know, it's, what is it, like $40 a gallon? So, Roach Coach, have a good night, man. Thanks again, buddy. That made it for me. That was fantastic. Thank you. Have a good night. Oh yeah, that's the part I hated the worst, Mike. You know, the cleanup. Oh man, I'd go through a roll of paper towels and a bottle of Windex every weekend. You know, it was ridiculous. It's just, you know, and the dead stick landings. You know, just oh my god. You know, the hobby has changed so much. It's unbelievable. So when are you going to have flying weather again, Eric? What part of the year? How far into the season do we have to get before you have good weather? Oh my God! I only got 12 likes tonight. Come on, you guys, you could do better than that. Hit that like button. Get me some likes in here. I could be wrong, but last time China had Olympics, they stopped. Yeah, well, that's true. Man, I don't remember what year that was, but I do remember something like that. All right, Mike Bird, you out of here? All right, buddy. You have a good night, man. Thanks. Thanks for coming. Good to see you. Joe Null. When is that? March? April? When is Null? Thank you, Mike. Ken, what's up? How you doing, man? Are you coming or going? You were here earlier. I haven't heard much from you lately. So are you back or are you leaving? Been lurking? 2008. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, are you, man? You don't have COVID, do you? You're not fighting that, are you? Fuel, not gas. Oh God. We're not gonna have that. We're not gonna have that debate now, are we? Tomato, tomato, whatever. Oh, just one of the, yeah, yeah, I got you there, buddy. I definitely have days like that too. Yeah. Yeah, my buddy that came and rescued me when my tranny blew up on the way to Alabama, he sent me a message a couple days ago that he thought he had COVID, and he sent me a message last night that the test came back negative, so he doesn't have COVID. So good for that. Because they're very happy for him for that. Um, so it looks like everybody's running out of steam here. Are you guys like chatting? But I'm just not getting the feed. Am I going to get one of those, message dumps where it scrolls off the page again? Oh, how long ago did you have it, Matt? Oh, okay. Wow. So recent. So you had your shot, right? So how bad did you have it? No kidding, Mike. You guys are 95% fully vaccinated? Really? Wow. Yeah, we're nowhere near that.
Yeah, if I have had it, I don't think I have, but if I have, yeah, it was nothing. You know, I had zero symptoms. You know, so yeah, I don't think I've had it, and I did get vaccinated. So, and it seems like the vaccine's doing its job. I mean, it doesn't keep you from getting it, but it seems like everybody that's gotten it that has the vaccine, it has the symptoms have been almost undetectable, you know, in a lot of cases. So I'm super glad I got it. Um, uh-oh. My OBS lost connection, but already recovered. Well, that's good. More like a cold, yeah. Oh, you didn't get your shot? No kidding, really? I thought you did. Yeah. Well, that's good. I'm glad you beat it anyway. Good. You know, if you did, you're not sure you got it, so um, yeah, I got the two. You know, the first I got the visor 2 shot deal, and but I'm not getting the booster shot. You know, it's I probably would not have gotten the shot at all. Um, I did it for my ex, you know, because she's 72, and it seems like it was, you know, really bad for the elderly.
and I'd have never forgave myself if I came home with it and gave it to her. So I went and got the shots for that, but I'm not getting the booster shot. Oh, is that right? You know, I saw a grippin last night on Banana, um, and I didn't pay attention. It was coming from another company, Fly or what was the name of the company that's making it? It wasn't. It's not LX. It's something else. I don't think it was Fly, but it was Fly something. Yeah, I saw that. I didn't really stop. I was looking for something else. I passed over it. I didn't really stop and look at it, but I did see it on there. So that's what it was. Yeah, Fly fans. Yeah. You have any experience with that company? Who's Fly fans? You just had 3 shots and a beer. I think it works. That's a good one, Ronnie. Oh my god, that's a funny one. You're feeling good now? All right, good job. Yeah, the new MiG 25. Right. Yep, yeah. Of course, we haven't experienced with that one either. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what these turn out to be. Fred ordered um, a MiG 25, so we'll be able to find out when Fred gets his what kind of quality that is. Um, so you ordered one of the MiGs, did you, Eric? Which one did you get? The green one or the other one? The Russian red. I don't know. The Russians like green too. You know, all their planes have green wheels. Did you notice that? I don't know why the hell all their planes have green wheels, but that's that's what they do. So I cracked up because my Yak 130 has green wheels. You know, because that they that's what their scale. That plane's so fucking scale. I love that airplane. Yeah, I gotta get the gear doors fixed on that if I'm gonna go fly it at the E-flight. I don't know if I'm going to it or not. With the X leaving, I don't have any extra money to spend on anything right now. So yeah, we'll have to see what I'm gonna do. Oh, so you painted over the green on your MiG-21? Oh my God, Juno, what's up? How you doing, man? Where you been all night? No, you left the wheels green. Might as well. That's stock. That's what they do. You know, all those Russian planes have green wheels. I have no idea why. I'm sure there's some logical reason for it. They don't, they don't just do things for on a whim. Um, so yeah, I'm sure there's a reason why the wheels are green. Oh, so you think it's the zinc chromate green is what you think the wheels are painted? But why wouldn't they? I mean, that's a etching primer coat. Why wouldn't they put a color over it like everybody else does? I mean, all airplanes have that green coating on them on the inside and on the outside before they paint them. You know, I guess what are they saving weight by not painting a color over it? Yeah. Oh my God, another coat of paint, man. It's going to take another 100 feet to get that bitch in the air. Oh, Russians use anything for a runway. They don't care what it is. Mud, dirt, sand, gravel. They don't care. Their shit will land at anything. Take off and land. I mean, they're flying tanks. There's no, you know, listen, those guys are pretty smart. The technology they use on most of those planes, when you think about it, their shit's built for a war. It's not built for, you know, a secret attack. Get in and get out, run. They're there for the haul, man. Their shit is built like a brick shit house. Um, so yeah, it's they put a lot of thought into it. I don't know if you guys know it or not, if you paid any attention, but most of their jets have, dual intakes. The doors close on takeoff. The intakes in the front of the plane close, and intakes on the top of the wing or the engines open. So they're not sucking anything off the ground, rocks or anything don't go through the engine. Those doors are closed to prevent anything from going in the engine, and there's doors on top of the plane that suck air. And then once they're airborne, the door reverses. It opens the front intake and closes the one on top. So, I mean, that's genius thinking there. They put a little fender on the front wheel, so if it picks up a rock, it flings it into the fender and not up into the engine. I mean, they got a lot of smart stuff they're doing. This makes perfect sense for the long, for a war. Hey, you might have to land on a dirt road or a gravel road. You don't want all those rocks going through the engine. So yeah, I mean, they thought of that. A genius. So yeah, I think their shit's pretty cool. I've come to really respect a lot of the stuff they do. They're definitely not idiots. Oh, I think they were doing all this, Eric, way before Iraq. The Russians have just built, their shit is built to last. Yeah, Juno, you're right. It is amazing that the Concorde didn't have more more incidents, you know. Yeah, that's a good thought, Ken. I hadn't thought of that. Yeah, you're right, actually. Another coat of paint could have hidden a stress crack or something during inspection. So, yeah, that's good thinking. I hadn't thought of that. Think Russian. Now I know what movie that's from. Think Russian. Oh, so their wheels are made out of magnesium. Oh, that's interesting. Wow. Yeah, that's probably really not a good idea. you know, making wheels out of magnesium is probably not a good idea. A tire blows out, magnesium hits the runway, starts sparking. The next thing is it catches on fire, and you can't put it out. You can't put a magnesium fire out. So yeah, that's uh, yeah. I don't know if that's such a good idea. I get the gear doors, for instance. A lot of planes use magnesium for that. Some of the control surfaces, save weight, not a big threat for fire, but a wheel, I don't think I don't think I would think too much of that. Yeah, yeah, I saw that on the one of the shows I was watching recently. Um, yeah, I saw that. That happens a lot more than we know. There's a lot of friendly fire incidents that our top fighter pilot. I can't think of his name at the moment. In World War II, got shot down from friendly fire. I forget his name right now, but yeah, he died uh, from friendly fire. Highest decorated, had the most kills World War II, um, and we shot our own guy down. You know, Oh, you think so? Are we going to get invaded by Russia again? Is that fight going to be on again? Is that what's coming? I think we're going to have a fight with China before we have a fight with Russia, don't you? Future American MiG. Yeah, that's how World War II started. So it seems it's always about money, economics. You know. What the hell that noise was? Well, they keep selling rides in their fighter jets, so they have enough money to buy tires for their fighter jets. Hey EQ, how's your weather doing there? Are you still snowed in? Have you been back to work? Michael Honeychuck, what's up? 5 inches of snow? Oh God, sorry to hear that, man. Come a little farther north, Michael, so we can fly together. Naples is a little too far south for me, so so it's probably, I don't know. Let me look. Uh, yeah, so it's 50. It's 55 degrees. Um, in the building, in the garage. Um, the tent that I'm in is in the garage, and right now it's 72 in the tent. So it's 55 outside the tent. It's 72 inside the tent.
Mickey, what's up? How you doing, man? Why am I on Zoom? I'm not on Zoom. Aren't. Oh, there you go. Because I wanted to do a show tonight, These guys are all expecting, Air Marshal to do a show, and, it's not fair. They deserve their show, and, Marshall decided he was going to take over Dave's night, and then he's not doing Dave's night. So, so I'm going to do it. I know what it's like to look forward to something and then it doesn't happen. So I know these guys. There's a lot of these guys don't go to the Zoom. We keep inviting them, but they don't come. so I'm just gonna do the show. Give them what they want. Is the Zoom still going on? Oh, is he been in the gummy bears again? Were you in the Zoom tonight? Oh, no kidding. He's still feeling the effects of the Rona? How many people are still in the Zoom? Yeah, Michael, I guess he thinks he caught COVID. I guess Amy brought it home. And but the other night he was feeling, what night did we have the Zoom? He was feeling okay. But tonight I guess he might be having a relapse. Yeah, it'll be March before you can fly there. Eric, you got to move the hell out of there. Get you and your dad, get your asses down to Florida. That's no place to live. I'm telling you. you know. Oi, oi, oi. Yeah, he seemed fine the other night. I mean, he said, you know, his symptoms were mild. I know he's had his shots, so yeah, yeah. But I don't know if tonight he's having. Oh, so the Zoom's over? Okay. So Dave wasn't feeling good tonight?
So your dad lives in Ocala, and you're what the hell, dude? Ocala's not that far away. Get your butt down here. We can go flying. The hell's wrong with you? Shit, Ocala's not even an hour away, and there's a flying field halfway in between. We're 30 minutes away from each other flying together. You need to get your butt to Ocala. This is the LX model A10. So I got the greatest gift ever tonight. All right. So Roach Coach Helly, Michael, he had one of these and he crashed his. And I asked him how bad, and he said it's not fixable. And I said, oh, that sucks. And so he asked me, do I need anything? I said, yeah, I've never had a working canopy. This canopy here, hang on a minute. Let me change cameras. I just noticed that this other camera's better. So we'll switch to this camera. So this canopy opens from the radio. It slides back and then it opens up like this. And then it closes and then slides back forward to latch underneath the front. Mine never worked. This is mine. It never worked. His works. So he sent it to me and I got it today. So we did an unboxing and I put it on the plane and I've been playing with it all night. I'm going to wear it out. Because I've owned the plane for 7 years, been flying the crap out of it, and the canopy never worked, and it now works. So I'm so excited that it actually opens and closes from the radio now. It's super badass. So yeah, I just think that's cool as shit. So. Yeah, so I got, they all wanted me to, hey, get the tech, go get the A10, let's see it work, And I thought, yeah, you can also, so the canopy also ejects. That's why there's the pilot's hanging from it and the parachute's here. So the canopy goes on backwards. The tongue is on the back, you slide it in the back, and then there's a magnet that holds the front down. And then there's this trapeze servo mechanism in the front of the plane that goes like this. Okay, it opens up and it takes this and pushes it off the magnet up into the airstream. The wind grabs it, pulls it off the airplane, yanks the pilot off the seat because there's a magnet in his butt, and it sits on a screw, and it yanks him off that. So it takes him out of the plane, and then of course the parachute goes with him, and then the parachute comes down with the pilot on the chute, and then the canopy hanging from the pilot. And that part worked. All right, so I could eject the pilot, but I couldn't open the canopy. Now I can do both. Now the canopy works and the ejection works, which is super cool. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, tongue is from the back, yeah.
Oh my God, you guys are killing me. So yeah, that's yeah. Oh my God. I'm running out of drink. We're gonna have to call this tonight. Some soon. Not yet, but soon. So was it a good turnout in the Zoom tonight, Mick? Yeah, honey Chuck, just put the FMS retracts in it. That's what this has. I didn't change the fans. Um, it flies fine on these fans, but it doesn't sound great. Not bad, but not great. But yeah, I put the FMS retracts in this. The retracts that came with it are not usable. Don't even bother. Because it's Ronnie. Everybody thinks it's too hot down here. You know, the snowbirds. You know, I don't know why. You know, I'm out at the flying field. You know, sitting under a shade tree with a slight breeze, and I'm in heaven. And these guys are, oh God, it's so hot out here. I gotta go home. What? So I don't know. You know, the guys I fly with, they want to get there, you know, 9 o'clock in the morning, fly 5, 6 flights in a row, like, you know, like chain smoke, and then go home. You know, they're out of there by 11:30, 12 o'clock. I'm like, no. So, you know, sometimes I get there at 9, but I usually don't go home till 9. You know, I'm a night flyer, so I stay all day. You know, I usually, on an average day, I put 16 flights in. And that's nothing compared to Spencer. You know, Spencer puts 19 to 25 flights in. The difference, though, which I didn't realize at first, and then I thought about it. You know, he's flying nothing but jets, and his average flight time is only like, you know, 6 minutes. You know, maybe 5. And my average flight time on all the stuff I'm flying is 12. So, you know, each one of my flights is twice as long as his, and I still get 16 flights in a day. So, it depends. Not every day. You know, some days I get 8. You know, if I'm sitting around BSing more than flying. You know, and I don't, whatever's going on is what's going on. I mean, if we're all flying, then we're flying. But if we all get into a, a circle jerk and start talking and we're having a good time, well, then we don't fly. You know, we're having fun. What the difference does it make? You know, so every day's different. That's why you don't date women, Mickey. They're not even warmed up in 6 minutes. All right, Eric. You have a good night, buddy. You know, hey, hit that like button if you didn't on the way in. And we'll see you probably tomorrow night. All right? Have a good night, buddy. Matt, you were watching the hockey game. What hockey game was that? Right, Nick. Oh, you're still here, Lyndon. Cool. I didn't know if you were here, and I hadn't seen you post anything in a bit. It's Sir Lyndon of Castle Stewart. I'm rewatching Got. I don't know what that is. Got? Got to go mow the lawn. All right, Mike. You have a good night, man. We'll talk to you later. Well, I guess it's probably afternoon for you, but yeah, you have a great day. We'll talk to you later. Yeah, the global warming shit. Yeah. You know, Al Gore invented that, by the way. Oh, Game of Thrones. Gotcha. Yeah, I've never watched that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, good old Al and Uncle Joe. They're doing everything for us. They're wonderful guys. We'll have to buy him a cheeseburger. All right, Lyndon. Hey, it's 2:30 here, so for some reason we're an hour different. I thought we were. Do you guys recognize daylight savings down there, or do you just keep the same time all year round? Oh man, I want a cheeseburger. You got any all-night places out down there you can go get one? Yeah, Checkers is open till 3, I think. Here. So yeah, you can go get a chicken or a cheeseburger right now. Yeah, so yeah, wait a minute. It's what is it? Is it what, 3:30 or 4:30 in the afternoon for you, Mick? Yeah, so in the summertime, we're in the same time zone. Right now, I'm an hour behind you. So yeah, in the spring, we'll reset the clocks, and then you and I will be on the same time zone. But right now, we're not. I wish they would do away with that shit. So tired of this. Christ, half a year one time, half a year another. It sucks. Ugh. Yeah, he's a day ahead of us. It's Saturday. Yeah. It's the rat poison in your water. No wonder you were having prostate problems. The hell? they put rat poison in your water? What the hell? Yeah, I'm the Floridian Aussie. Yeah, what's the retirement plan in Australia? You know, maybe maybe I'll move there. Yeah, it's warm here midday too, Mick. It only gets cold at night. But not in the tent. The tent stays toasty warm now. You know, the heater's set at 72 and hey, it's 72 in here. I'd steal the women there? Oh god, don't tell me that. I'll be there tomorrow. Holy shit. That's funny because that's what their accent does to us over here. Oh god. Oh yeah, God yes. You know, I don't know what it is. We all seem to be the same. You know, the men here love, you know, Australian accents and Russian accents. I just drive men wild here in America. But You know, and you say that our accent drives the women wild there. Isn't that weird? It's crazy. Um, you know, Mick, I was going to ask you about that. So now I know. That's funny. Oh yeah, there you go. An Australian Asian. Oh my God, there's that. Oh my God, Matt, you and I definitely have the same tastes. Holy shit. Oh man, yeah, that would be heaven. Yeah, now I know. Now I don't have to ask. All right, if any of you chaps haven't hit that like button, please do so before you bash out of here. Really? Were you here in? Let's see. What year did I drive for Disney? 2015 and 16, I think. Maybe it was. I think it was 14, 15, and 16. Were you here in that time frame? In 16? Yeah, I think I was still working there in 16. Um, I forget when I left. I don't remember the month now. But I think I started in 14. I think it was in May. And then exited about the same time in 16. So I was there about 2 years, but over a 3-year span. Um, yeah, I figured that one out. So, yeah, maybe, because the way the routes are over there, it's not like you're on a route. You go everywhere. I've had so many people stay on my bus. Oh, I forgot something back at the hotel. I got to go back, and I said, well, I'm not going back to the hotel. You're not? No, I have to go to, Epcot. The buses just go where they send us. We don't. We're not like just back and forth. We go all over everywhere. So. That's awesome, Lyndon. That's something. Yeah, Mick, I do too. I miss working there. It was just so far to drive, but it may happen again. I may go back. I'm seriously thinking about it. If I can't find something here, after the X leaves, I may go back. The problem is I'll probably move there. Either I got to move there or I got to buy property there so that I have a place to go. If I'm like working 3 days in a row or something, I need to. I need a place over there, or at least on that side of the flying field, so that when I get off work, I can go flying, well, in the beginning, I'll be working nights, because when you start off, you have to bid it's not a route. It's a, I forget what they call it, but you bid on going to either Epcot or Animal Kingdom, Magic Kingdom, or Studios, and what time frame you work. So I always bid the 2 in the afternoon, 4 in the afternoon to midnight, 2 in the morning shifts, because I like to sleep in, and I don't want to get up in rush hour traffic to drive over there. So I'd rather leave it like 2 in the afternoon, no traffic, drive straight there, get on my bus, work till midnight, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, and then drive home, no traffic. So drunk. Good times. So I usually bid Epcot and Studios, because those are my favorite parks to work at. I really like working there. I really don't like Magic Kingdom. For one, they work too late. You have to stay till 4 in the morning at Magic, and it's a pain in the ass. I really hate that. You got 3 swarms of bees to capture? That, all right. How do you capture them? What do you... Actually, I've seen your video. It's just funny that you put it that way. But hey, that's great. All right. We'll see you later, Lyndon. It's good to see you. You have a good night. We'll talk to you later. Yeah, I like Studios, and I'm pretty sure Studio. Yeah, I know Studios has a new break room for the bus drivers, so I know I'd want to go to Studios if I went back. The break room at Studios was horrible, but I didn't care. I still wanted to work there. I like the hours. I like the people. I like the routes. I also liked Epcot a lot. Animal Kingdom, not so much. The only break room they have for the bus drivers is outside. Okay, no air conditioning. The bathrooms were air conditioned, so you're sitting in under a tiki hut kind of thing with wood fencing around you so people can't see you, but you're outside. You're out in the heat, and that's your break room. So the only way to escape the heat would be to go and sit in the bathroom, which nobody ever really did. So yeah, I didn't like Animal Kingdom for that. But Animal Kingdom had the best place to eat. Awesome place to eat. The name of it's escaping me at the moment, but just for employees, it was backstage. You couldn't go there. Awesome. Oh my God, what a wonderful place to eat. So there was that, but yeah, I didn't care for Animal Kingdom, and Magic Kingdom was pretty crappy too, for that matter. The break there's a break room under the castle if you want to walk that far, but that takes up most of your break time. You only get 30 minutes, and to walk inside and go down in the tunnel to the break room takes 10 to 12 minutes each way, and you only get 30. So now you only have like 6 minutes to eat. So that kind of sucked. And then there was so one of the things that worked out though was pretty cool. I was well liked as a driver because I would do anything. A lot of guys just want to stand outside the booth and hopefully never get called to go to work and just stand there all night. They don't have to get on a bus. And I wasn't one of those guys. I hated standing there. I want to get on a bus and drive. So at Magic, you either got your choice sometimes to, they would ask for volunteers to work backstage, which is you're bringing the employees from the parking lot to the castle and back. And it's just that route. It's a circle, and you just there's only three. There's 4 stops. One's at the parking lot where the employees park. Then you come inside the castle, backstage, and there's a stop in front of one of the backstage areas where some of the food was served in the very back of the castle. The next stop is at the castle. You let employees off, employees get on, and then there's 2 stops more on the way out, where you pick up and let off more people. But again, backstage, under the castle or behind the castle. And then there's only 1 stop, at the parking lot, which is outside the castle, but still backstage. Now, you can get to that parking lot though if you know your way around Disney and know how to drive in. And it's not a secret road or anything. You just have to know where you're going. You can, as a civilian, get to that parking lot, but it's not broadcasted what it is. And the fact that there's a very cool one of the uniform places that we can go get uniforms from also has a shoe store inside and get awesome tennis shoes cheap. So I would volunteer for that route, because a lot of times, for me at least, because they knew I would, if they needed me to do it, they could just ask me and I'd do it. And they knew they always had me to go to. I was the go-to guy. So if nobody volunteered, they would just come to me and say, "Do you want to, can you help us out?" And I said, "Sure, yeah, absolutely." I was the go guy. The yes man, yeah, I'll do anything. Yeah, that's me. So what they would do for me is they would say, "Okay, go on back there now and take your break when you get there." okay, and take your full 30 minutes, I'm not going to break the guy off the bus until, so basically he gave me 12 minutes to walk back there and another 30 minutes. So he says, I'm going to break the guy in 45 minutes. So, just be out there in 45, and that way you can take your break. So I didn't have to waste my break time walking to the break room. He gave me time to get to the break room, and then I got my full 30 to sit there and eat, and then go out and take, backstage and do the route. So that was cool, and I loved it when they did that for me, and that's why I would do it for them. Some of the guys, they weren't called dispatchers. What were they called? Coordinators? I don't know. I forget. Would work with you. Same thing at Epcot. Chris at Epcot was awesome. Because I always, whenever he needed somebody to run backstage, again, you're running around all the worlds in Epcot in the back. Okay, and it's just one big horseshoe. You go all the way around the park, and then you go all the way back around the other way. And you go to all the restaurants, all the worlds, Japan and Russia and all the worlds back there. And you stop, there's bus stops at every world, and you pick up employees and drop off employees. So I would always volunteer for that if they needed me, because, I didn't mind it. A lot of guys, oh, it's so boring. You're driving a bus. How exciting does it ever get? So yeah, I didn't mind that at all. So I would do that all the time too, and I got perks for that. Same thing, they would say, go take your break backstage back there. I'll break the guy off the bus in 45, so it was. I loved my job at Disney. I really did. Yeah, the long drive there and back was the only reason I stopped. I'd still be working there today. I really enjoyed the bus. I could go get a job at Disney doing any of the jobs there, but I really like driving the bus. So, yeah, if I go back, I'll be a bus driver again. I already called them. They were happy to hear from me. They said, yeah, we'd love to have you back. So yeah, it might come to that. If I can't find something here, and I don't decide to retire, if the rental takes off, I get a lot of people want to store their boats and RVs here. Then I won't need to go get a job. If that doesn't work out and I can't find a job here, then I'll definitely go back to Disney, or I'll retire. I haven't decided yet. So it is nice to know I have a job if I'm willing to go back driving to Disney. So that now I have a bunch of friends over there, and I might be able to stay with some of them, because a lot of times what I was facing, which is really illegal, but I have to have so much time not driving. That includes my drive home, and drive back. So it takes me 2 hours to get home. It takes me 2 hours to get back. That's 4 hours. I have to be off the bus for 8. Okay. So if I got off at, 4 in the morning, they'd want me back on the bus by noon. And I can't drive home and back and get 8 hours, because I'll be driving for 4. So I would have to sleep there in the parking lot in my car. So I usually went to Animal Kingdom, because it was the easiest parking lot to find shade, so that the car was dark and I could sleep better there. There's nothing going on. Nobody's going to bother you there. So I would go park in Animal Kingdom's parking lot and just sleep in my car, and then wake up the next day and go to work. And I had to do that, not a lot, but, every now and then I had to do that. Oh yeah, yeah, I've driven that. Yep, a couple of times actually. Another thing, because I was such a, I'm one of the very few. You would think it would be better, but there's not a lot of people that get through a year without having an incident. Okay, hitting something, whatever. But if you do, they give you this big, beautiful award, and a pin, safe driver pin, and your name goes up on a sheet that gets posted in the break room at Magic Kingdom, and so the sheet usually has about 12 names on it. They probably hire 2,000 drivers a year, and the safe drivers are usually between 12 and 14 people out of 2,000, and I was one of them. So I got the pin that I'm not allowed to wear, by the way. You can't wear it, and I'm like, I earned this pin for being a safe driver, and I'm not allowed to wear it? Oh yeah, because you'll make all the bus drivers that didn't get a pin feel bad. Okay, yeah, here's your trophy just for participating. There you go. So yeah, so that sucked, and so I was on that list, and then I was on the they have people that secretly ride on your bus to evaluate you, and I got a pin for that as well. I had one. I got inspected one day, and had a ride along, and after he rode with me, he on his way off the bus, he stopped and told me who he was and what an outstanding job I did, and so I got a medal for that too, that I'm not allowed to wear. So anyway, so then when we had the special, the special bus for, a wedding or whatever, I got asked to do that often, not like a lot, but, and that makes you feel good. I mean, I felt great when hey, we needed a magic driver, a magical bus driver today. You up for it? Sure, absolutely. Like I said, I'm the yes guy. I never said no to anything they wanted me to do. If they wanted me to do it, I'll do it. You want to work in the back? Sure, I'll work in the back. You want to go do the trees? There were back in the woods across from Magic Kingdom. There was a hoedown thing. So that was a dedicated route. You'd come in and stop at this stop, and then you'd go through the woods, 3 stops in the woods, and come back to this spot, and you just kept doing that all night. And you had to do it. There was on the time, you waited till 12:12, and then you leave, and you should be at that stop at 12:16, and then you wait at that stop till 12:18, and then you leave there and go to the next one. And it was, you had to be on a certain time, which was easy to do. It's not a problem, but it was a time thing, so that people were getting to that bus stop. They knew exactly what time the bus is going to be there, so they didn't have to stand around for hours. I never showed you the pin. Oh, God. Where did I put that? I just moved it because we redid the bedroom. When I got all the airplanes out of the bedroom, I found it and I removed all it. Where did I put that? I'll go get it. If I think of where I put it, I'll go get it. I'm thinking. Let me think. I had it on top of my boxes. There were 2 airplane boxes stacked, but the boxes are out here now, so I moved it. But I know I didn't bring it out here. It's not out here. It's in the house. I wouldn't have brought that out here. Have the silverfish eat it. Um, yeah, Mick, does that make any damn sense? You know, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't drive safe and get a pin like mine. Yeah. You know, why did you not drive safe? You know. I mean, we're professional bus drivers. You know, we went through classes. We had to get our CDLs. You know, and that was another thing too. You know, my inspector from the state for my CDL when I did my check ride. You know, when we came back, um, my inspector told my my teacher, or I don't know, that's not what they call him. I can't remember what to call him, but he told him that this guy's a keeper. Make sure you hang on to this one. You know, so that made me feel good too. You know, he understood that I understood that this is a pretty serious job, a lot of responsibility. I mean, I've got 80 people's lives in my hand, you know, on the bus, and you know, if you get in an accident, we got 80 lawsuits, you know, coming our way. So, you know, it's and some people appreciated it, and some, you know, and when I say that, I mean, you know, um, guests, you know, guests on the bus. Like one day I was at this pretty bad intersection. A lot of accidents happen at this particular intersection. And I'm sitting at the light and I get a green arrow. But I see a car coming and he's hauling ass and doesn't look like he's going to stop. So I'm sitting there and one of the ladies behind me says, you know, you have a green arrow. And the other lady on the other side of the aisle says, yeah, but he also sees a car coming and he's not going to risk our lives just because he has a green arrow. You know, he's looking out for our safety. And I just smiled and looked at her, and you know, she got it. I don't know if the other woman got it or not, but yeah, it was you know, until he started slowing down that I knew he was going to stop. I wasn't moving, you know. And so I had a woman over here that appreciated it, and one over here that thinks I'm sleeping at the switch, you know. But everybody went home alive that day, so there you go. So yeah, I took the job very serious. The inspector, my check ride guy got it, and he definitely. I got one of the highest scores you can get on a test drive, you know, on a checkout ride. So, and I told the guy that runs the whole thing when I got there, my first day there. I told him how hard I was going to work to be one of the best drivers you've ever had. And after I got my check ride and back, he says, you know, you told me that when you came here, and you did exactly what you said you were going to do. And I said, you know, this is what I want to do. So yeah, so I miss it. I really miss it. I love the job. I just hated the drive there. 2 hours to to Orlando, and then 2 hours home. And what I really hated is when they had me at Magic Kingdom till 4 in the morning, because you know the sun's coming up. It's 6 a.m. and I'm just getting home, and you know it sucked. I'm a night owl, but not that late. You know, I could stay up to 4 without much problem. Staying up till 6 was hard. You know, at 4 o'clock I'm starting my drive home. That sucked. You know, I hated that. Yeah, I love driving. Yeah, I you know, I've always listen since the day I got my driver's license in '76. I used to go out at night just to drive around. the middle of the night. I just get in my car and go for a drive for hours. And, and I like to go to car lots and look at cars. So, and they've got all the lights on, so that they've got the whole damn parking lot, all the new cars lit up. I assumed that meant, come look at the cars, right? I mean, why would they have all the lights on if they don't want me to come look at the cars, right? So yeah, that's how far away I live. Yeah, it takes me 2 hours to get there, 2 hours back. So yeah, it's a drive. Yeah, John. Hey, John. Hey, I didn't see you come in. Yeah, you were 4. So yeah, so one night I got stopped by the police in one of the car lots, new car lot, a dealership, and he says, "What are you doing here?" I says, "I'm just looking at the cars." He says, "Oh, really? At 2 o'clock in the morning?" I said, "Well, the lights are on. I assume the lights are on so I can look at cars, right? I mean, that's how I took it." He says, "Step out of the car." So I got out of the car, and he says, "Open your trunk." Okay, I open the trunk. There's nothing in it. He looks in the back seat. So you're just here looking at your car, looking at cars. I said, "Yes, sir." He says, "Does your mom know where you are?" Well, does she know I'm in this particular car lot right now? No, but she knows I'm out looking at cars. Yeah, she knows where I am. So she calls her. Big mistake. Holy crap. My mom chewed that cop a new ass. He's not doing anything. He's just looking at cars. What the hell's wrong with you guys? Have you got anything better than that? I mean, that guy came back, gave me my license. Here, you can go. So I get home and my mom's sitting on the couch. And I walk in and she looks at me with this big stern look on her face. And then starts laughing her ass off. And I'm laughing my ass off. I said, "What did you say to that guy?" And she says, "I just told him and she told me and I was, oh my God. Because, I mean, she scared the shit out of that cop. That was a highlight. I thought that was pretty funny. So So 4 inches of snow in Virginia, huh? Jesus. Wow. So yeah, I just go, there's a place here called Fantasy of Flight. I don't know if you guys know what that is. Most of you probably do. A guy named Kermit Weeks. He's got the largest flyable collection of vintage airplanes in the world. He's got several hundred airplanes, and every one of them's flyable. He does have some that haven't been reassembled, but they were flyable when he took them apart, put them in a shipping container to get them here. He just hasn't put them back together. So they're not flyable yet, but when he puts them back together, they will be. But everything that he has on display is flyable, and he flies them quite often. So he puts up videos all the time when he takes one of his planes for a ride. He does a complete walkthrough, the pre-flight, and he shows you all that. While he's flying, like his P-51, he's pointing at the gauges, and showing you that good, So it pretty interesting guy. And so I'm about an hour away from there. So I'd go out in the middle of the night on my motorcycle and ride over there just to look through the fence of the Connie that he's got sitting at the end of the runway there. Because it's pretty close to the fence. you're only, I'd say you're about 100 feet standing at the fence away from the Connie. And that's my favorite airplane. I love the Constellation. It's such a beautiful airplane. And so I'd ride over there in the middle of the night, just stand outside the fence and look at the Connie. Want to go for a ride? I want to go look at the Connie. Hey, what the hell? I'll just ride on over there. And the bike gets 52 miles to the gallon, so it's very easy on the pocketbook to go for a ride. So yeah, I just go over there and look at the Connie and then come home. Used to do that a lot. I haven't done it lately, but yeah. So yeah, I love to drive. I'm a driver. I love racing. I autocross. I do some rallies now and then. It's I'm a car guy. Somebody asked me earlier, why do I have so many cars? I'm a car guy. I like It was Michael Beer. His wife's a car girl. She's got, what did he say, 7 cars? And they're all in storage. She won't sell them, and he says it drives him crazy. And I'm like, why? Well, it's cost some money to insure them and to store them and blah blah. Okay, like you're hurting for money, Mike. Come on, you're a freaking private airline pilot for one of the most prestigious, kind of air companies there is. You can probably afford it. And I don't know. She might work too, so she might be paying her own bills. I don't know, but. So I told him, hey, you need to build yourself a garage like this, man, because then you'd have all the cars, you'd stop paying rent, okay, and you have all the cars at home, and then she'd drive them, because they'd be right there, and she'd just go out in the garage and get in and want to go for a ride, So yeah, you got to build a garage like mine. Yeah, oh my God, there's a video, if you haven't watched it, I think it was the very first Air Force One was a Connie, and I think it was it Truman that it named it after the flower, the wife's home state flower. What was it called? Shit, I can't think of it. You could go for about 151 lashes right now. What the hell does that mean, John? A DC, yeah, no, it was a Connie, Matt. The first Air Force One was a Connie. Not, I think, yeah, the DC-8 or the Electra, both 4-engine planes. But no, it was the Connie's a 4-engine plane. Anyway, so that plane was out in the desert, just rotting away, and the Smithsonian called the guy. The Smithsonian called the guy that owned the plane and said, do you have this Connie, serial number, blah, 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 blah. And he says, I don't know. I'll have to go look. Why? He says, because it's the very first Air Force One, and we'd like to have it if you want to, if you're interested in selling it. So he went out and looked, and sure enough, he had it. And So the guy decided that he wasn't going to sell it to the Smithsonian. He was going to restore it and sell it to a collector. So he tried for years. He did all the research. He got pictures of the inside of the plane as it was set up, with the office area where the the hotline phone and all that, and he had it all researched, and he started to set it up to be that kind of airplane, and to put it all back. Some of it was still there, but ran out of money. So for years, and there's YouTube videos out there you can go watch. Just look for Air Force One. First Air Force One videos on YouTube. And there's some really good videos about this whole scenario. And they finally sold it to a collector. And I forget the name of the guy at the moment. But they got a ferry flight to fly it back to Texas to restore it. And then I think it went from Texas to California. I think it's actually at shit. I can't think of the name of that museum out there. I think it's out there being restored. But anyway, while they were flying it out, and there's again another video. They had chase planes. They have a B-25 that was a chase plane, and then I think a twin Cessna or something, and they got aerial footage of that plane flying back to Texas. And oh my God, the video they got was absolutely breathtaking. They're in formation. The guy's got his camera out the window of the plane, and they've got the Connie and the perfect lighting, just flying so majestic. Oh my God, it was just beautiful. So So yeah, if you guys get a chance to go watch those videos, it's amazing. The whole story, how they had to borrow some props from another restorer because I think two of the props were out of time, so they couldn't use those two. They had to put different props on it, and just Columbine 2. That's the name of it. I kept thinking that was what it was, but I wasn't sure. But yeah, you're right, John. That's what it was. And yeah, Ike was the president, right? What was Ike short for? What was his full name? My presidential history is leaving me at the moment. my recall at the moment is not working. I think we're having Eisenhower. Okay, yeah. Thanks, man. So it's a great story. There's quite a few videos about it. How he found out that he had it, how he got it, what he did to try to sell it, and then finally who got it, and then their whole mission to get it airworthy for a ferry flight back to Texas, and it's all documented in YouTube. It's amazing. It really is. It's a great story. I've been following it for years. Yeah, it's just a great story, and I'm so glad they finally saved that airplane, because and I just felt bad that it was rotting away out in the desert like that. It should be respected way more than that. So I'm glad somebody finally stepped up and saved it, and I hope to go see it after it's finished, restored. I hope to go see it. It just, it's a great story and a great piece of history. I'm so tired of everybody throwing away our history. Like it's, I don't know. It just drives me nuts. I see, famous airplanes being destroyed, other things too, that are history. I mean,
we're never going to get that back. If we let that go away, you can't get it back. That plane was. Another good story was the. No, I have not been to the Smithsonian, John. I really want to go. I haven't been there. Yeah, no, I haven't. I haven't had the opportunity. I'd really like to go. You know, I'd go out there for a week because I'd go every day for a week. I would want to see everything in detail. I wouldn't want to miss a thing. So our D-Day, when we flew over. I'm forgetting everything tonight. I must be tireder than I think because I really don't feel tired. But man, my brain's not working tonight. Um, uh, what Normandy? Okay, bing. Squirrel. Oh, Normandy. When we flew over to Normandy, right? So there was a plane that led them over Normandy, called "You Me Brother," got me brother, something brother. I forget the name of it now. That's eluding me as well. Um, a DC-3, C-47. Um, they found it in a scrapyard. It was about to be cut up into beer cans. It's sitting there, and they found it just before it was crushed and turned into beer cans, and they restored it. And I think it was last year was the 75th anniversary. They got it restored, and it led all the C-47s that went back. It led them again 75 years later. It led the flight to Normandy. They reenact. I guess they do it every year, but this was the 75th year, and Mikey from the Alaskan Pilot Show. What the hell's the name of that damn show? Buffalo Airways. Mikey bought that DC-3 or C-47 that had also made it to Normandy. And, they were going to crush that plane. They were getting ready to cut it up into pieces. And the guy that had it and had all these grandiose plans to save it didn't have any money. He tried to do one of those starter program things, to raise money to do it, and it failed. And so he contacted Mikey and said, "Listen, I've got this plane up on eBay. You need to buy it and fix it." And Mikey still has the plane he got. It wasn't "Oh yeah, brother" or whatever. It was a different one, but it also had made it to Normandy. It was another one that in the books, if you look through the log, it was a plane that flew at Normandy. Different one, but same. So Mikey got the plane and they restored it in time, but he had said at the very beginning that they weren't going to fly it to Normandy, but they wanted to have it flying on the day of. So while they were flying over there, he was going to fly his here. And he made it and he flew it. And he still has it. He hasn't figured out a way to make it fly yet. And I've tried to contact him a couple times, and I don't know if my emails are not getting through or if he just thinks my idea is stupid, but I have a die-cast model of a DC-3. It's about, this big, and it's painted up with the paints. It's yellow and red and silver. It's a beautiful, beautiful airplane. And it's aeroshell, oil, and, fuel. So it's a, company name that they use. They use,
their gas that they're still burning in those planes, 100 octane is aeroshell gas. And if he would paint his plane, I'll bet he could get Aeroshell to pay him to paint his plane to look like that. The old Aeroshell DC-3, and pay him to take it to shows like the Paris Air Show and, Oshkosh and, Sun and Fun here. I bet they would pay him to fly it around after they paid to have it painted Aeroshell, paint scheme. I don't know. I had that idea and I thought, my God, why wouldn't they do that? Because the plane's already famous. Mikey made that plane famous. Everybody followed that story. My God, it had so many people watching that restoration. It went viral, and wow, really? Where's this place at? Yegan's Mam Museum? Yeah, where's this place at? Is it in Virginia or North Carolina? Okay, I'll do that. Fighter Factory. All right, I'll definitely look for that. So here's another great story. You guys gonna hang out? I'll tell you another story. So here's a story I found out when I started flying in '73. I used to go to the hobby shop all the time, and the guy that now owns that hobby shop was one of my best friends. He worked there at the time, but now he owns it. He bought the place, and so he told me this story about this guy that he recovered all these World War II planes that were going to be cut up and scrapped, and brought them home in a school bus and kept them in his yard. And I'm like, yeah, 70. That's when I started flying RC in 1973. Yeah, Miko. So when I got my driver's license, I went up. His name's Rob, and I said, Rob, where's this place at? And he says, well, it's somewhere up in Chardon area. I don't know the name of the roads or anything, but he gave me some landmarks to look for. He said, there's these little cottages on the side of a little lake, and the road goes up and winds, and at the end of the road is this guy's place. And that's all he knew. So I said, okay. And so I went out looking for it, and I found it. Took a while, but I found it. And guys, you wouldn't believe the history of airplanes that this guy has in his yard. And some really cool stories came out of this. So this guy, he had a lot of really rare stuff that the military had gotten rid of and didn't have one in a museum anywhere. And then they were trying to get them back from him because they wanted to restore them and put them in a museum. And he said, no, they're mine. So he wouldn't give them up. But he had probably 60 airplanes there. He had 4 Corsairs. One was the Thompson Trophy winner from the Cleveland Air Races. was there. Now this is a race-winning Corsair fighter plane that is sitting in this guy's yard, all assembled. He put all of them back together but one. I believe he has the only privately owned B-36 Peacekeeper. He has that sitting there. He didn't put that one back together. It's too big. He couldn't put it together. But he has it all there. It's all there. And he had 2 B-25s. One of them is famous now. I'll get to that in a minute. And he had 2 P-82s. That's the twin Mustang. He had 2 of those there, not put together. Those were never put back together. He had 2 AT-6 Texans. They were put back together. He had 2 F-86s, a D model and an H model. The D model has a nose cone for a radar in it, and the intake is under the nose cone. The H model is the one we all know with the big open mouth in the middle, in the front of the plane. But he had a D model, which had the radar nose cone on it. So, what else did he have there? The place was covered in airplanes. It was beautiful. Oh my God, I went up there and I couldn't believe my eyes. It was the craziest thing. Oh, you put the link up. Thanks, John. I'm going to click it right now. So I was engaged to my first wife when this was going on. Well, years later. I mean, I went up there on a regular basis after that for a couple of years, and then I met my first wife, and took her and her dad up there. Her dad was a submariner in the war, and he was cuckoo. But so we took him, and I didn't tell him where I was taking him, and he was so nervous. He thought we were taking him to the funny farm, have him committed, and he was just, trying to crawl out the window. And his name was Lloyd, and I said, Lloyd, stop it. Listen, I'm telling you, you're gonna love this. Trust me. I'm not taking you to the insane asylum. I'm taking you to look at something, the coolest thing you're ever gonna see in your life. Just trust me. And I had both his daughters in the car and my brother. So we get there, and it's kind of camouflage. The house was on the left, and the way I knew I had found it was there was a lean-to next to the house, and that looked like it had a big, like an oil tank for oil heating, or a propane tank. From the end of the road, it looked like that's what was underneath it. But as I got closer, I realized it was the nose off of like a DC-3, or it was the nose, the whole nose of the airplane was sitting underneath this, and I knew right then I had found the place, right? But there's this row of trees over here, and a driveway that goes next to the house, and the row of trees, and you can't see anything behind the trees. All the planes are behind the trees. You can't see them from the road. But I saw that, and there was another row of trees over here before that was blocking my view. The D model F-86 was sitting outside the tree line. All together, no engine in it, but the whole plane's sitting there. Georgia National Guard. That's where the plane came from. And so I knew I was in the right place. The first time. So when so I've been up there dozens of times. I took all these pictures that I'll show you guys one day when I find them, which is probably going to be pretty soon, because as I'm cleaning everything up, I'm finding all kinds of cool shit that have been missing for years, and so I'm sure I'm going to find those pictures again. And so we walk around the tree line, and he sees all of these airplanes, and he started to cry. It touched him so much that he started to cry. And I took him over to a B-25 and took his picture standing in front of it. Now, here's the story that's really cool about that one particular plane. I got stories about a lot of the planes in there, but that particular plane, I think his name was John Osh. God, it begins with an O, but I can't remember how to pronounce his last name. Or was it John? Well, anyway, he wouldn't sell the plane. He's been offered much money for a lot of the airplanes there, especially the two P-82s, the twin Mustangs, and several of the Corsairs. And he asked them, "Are you gonna fly this thing? Or are you gonna put it in a museum?" And they, "Oh no, we want to fly it." "No, I'm not selling it to you," because he didn't want it crashed. He saved these planes for history, and so he wasn't about to let anybody make them airworthy and go fly them, because he knew they'd eventually get crashed, and then all of his work to save these airplanes is gone. So he wouldn't sell them for years. So he finally sold that one B-25. And the story was that the guy that owned it and flew it, and how he got it, was the guy crash landed it in an airport somewhere around Akron, Ohio. This is all up in Ohio. And I think it was around Akron. And he was flying exotic animals into the United States on this airplane. And he took a spray can and he spray painted on the side of the plane "Wild Cargo." Okay, that was what he named the plane. It was just black spray paint, silver airplane, black spray paint. And he left the plane for scrap at the airport. He didn't want it. He wasn't going to fix it. It was too expensive to fix it. So this guy that went and got it in the school bus, his whole family went, and his son tells the story. They went and got the plane, brought it home, put it back together. Well, they sold it to a restoration place in Virginia. Christ, it might be this place you're talking about. Let me look real quick. Hell, I might be talking about a plane that's at this damn fighter factory. Let me look and see what they got there. Because the place that it went to is in Virginia. There it is. It's the same airplane. John? That's it. That's the plane I'm telling you about. There it is. Wild Cargo. If you look at the other side of the airplane, there's a girl in a leopard skin bikini in a bamboo cage. Wild Cargo. She's the Wild Cargo. That's the plane. Oh my God, that is so funny. I have pictures of that plane sitting in this guy's yard before he sold it to these guys. That is so funny that you brought that up, and that's the airplane that I'm talking about. Oh my God, that's hilarious. So yeah, swimsuit, yeah, it's a bikini, a leopard skin bikini. I don't know if they have a picture of it, probably. Yeah, on the other side of the plane, it's there's a picture of the girl in the bikini in a bamboo cage. I don't see any more pictures. There's no more pictures of this airplane? Oh crap. I'm looking to see if the guy's names here that he got it from. I don't see it. That is, oh my God, is that hilarious? I can't believe that you gave me that link, and I'm telling the story about that damn airplane. That's so funny. So anyway, so they restored it. There it is, and but they're flying it, and that's not what he wanted. He didn't want it flown because he's afraid it's going to crash, and then all that work his family cut, taking it. They didn't cut it up. They took it apart and put it in the school bus, brought it home, and put it all back together. And but he did finally sell that one, and this guy restored it, and there it is. That is too funny. Yeah, I've actually Google Earthed that. I was actually considering moving to this area to go work there. This particular, I've read the story about this particular place. And there's a YouTube video. One of the guys that's a pilot there now started off sweeping the floor there, and now he's a pilot. So yeah, I wanted to actually move there and work at the museum. No lie. But yeah, there's the plane, Wild Cargo. That's it. That's the plane that I saw in a field before they bought it. Oh, they did a great job restoring it. They did a beautiful job. It looks amazing. I almost cried the first time because I watched all the YouTube footage of this. When they did their first flight. I followed it right up until they flew it. And yeah, they did an outstanding job restoring it. It's beautiful. So, but yeah, I saw that plane. I've got pictures of it. I got a picture of my ex-father-in-law standing in front of that airplane when it was sitting in this guy's backyard. So, yeah. So anyway, so I hope you guys enjoyed my little stories. I have hundreds more. I got all kinds of stories. We'll save them for another night. I see everybody bailing. We're down to 4, so we'll just cut it off, and we'll do it again. Probably Sunday night, I'm guessing. So, sorry you're back. Oh, you missed such a great story, Mick. You're gonna have to rewatch it. Yeah. So there. Anyway, I got a lot more stories about airplanes that were at that same place, guys. So we'll save those for another time. So we're back up to 6. Woo! There we go. Now we're cooking. So I mean, unless you guys want to stay, I'll tell more stories if you want to stay. I'm not the least bit sleepy. I think I'm having a senior moment, but I'm not tired. Got another link. Let's check this one out. Oh, is this the same place in the Facebook page on the same place? Do they have a picture from the other side where you can see her in a bikini in the bamboo? Yep, there it is. Yep. It's not a very good picture of it, but maybe there's more. Yeah, if you watch Google Earth on this place, you can see how when they added the new hangars, the planes were sitting outside, and then they built a hangar so they could get some planes inside, and they built another hangar. And yeah, I've watched the place grow for years, John. It's I kept track of it. I kept watching Google Earth to see how they peak progress. I haven't been there recently, so they may have even put another hangar up now. I don't know, but there were no hangars there when they first opened that place. There was a building, but it wasn't big enough to put airplanes in it. So the airplanes were all sitting outside. And then they built a hangar and put them inside. And then they built another hangar for more airplanes. So Yeah, if you do some searching on the internet, just Google B-25 wild cargo, and you'll find a lot of information. His son did a great job of telling the story and had pictures too of them taking that plane apart at the runway it crashed at. I think it was in Akron, up in Ohio. And he did a wonderful job telling the story of how they got the plane and how they got it home, and had some pictures of him and his sister and his mom and dad disassembling this airplane to bring it home. And so, yeah, that's just too funny. When you said Virginia, I was like, holy crap. They're not talking about the airplane I'm talking about. The place, and sure enough, there it is. That just blew my mind. That's funny. Oh my God, so they have 4 hangars and a control tower now? Oh my God, wow, that's amazing. Holy crap. So I think the pictures I took were probably from 79. Okay? Probably 79, I'm thinking. When I first started dating my first wife, we dated for 4 years before we got married. We got married in 83. And moved to Florida in 83. So I think my pictures are from 79 of this airplane sitting in the backyard at this guy's house. Oh, you got some more photos here? Let me see what we got here. So I'll quickly tell another story about one of the planes. The Thompson Trophy Corsair I was telling you about. Yep, there she is. Yep, in the bamboo cage, wild cargo. Yeah, I was so happy that they kept the name and did that. I was so happy with that artwork too. I thought that was perfect. Just everything they did about that airplane was perfect. When I find my pictures, I'm going to go to the museum and show them to the guy that owns that plane and show him. I saw this plane before you did. Here's pictures proving it. Oh, they moved? Oh, no shit. I'll be damned. Wow, I didn't know that. So, anyway, the Thompson Trophy Corsair that was there, he sold it to a guy that promised it was going to be made flyable, but it was going to be a museum piece. That's all it was going to be. It was going to be a museum piece. So he sold it to the guy. And they restored it. And the guy that restored it was not the guy that bought it. And this guy started flying it around at all the air shows. You know, he would take it to Oshkosh. He took it to the Reno air races. And, you know, he was flying it all over the place. And I wish I knew the guy's name well, both the guy that bought it and owned it and the guy that killed himself in it. He crashed it and destroyed it. There's nothing left of it. Killed himself in it, you know, because he's flying it around. And it's exactly why he didn't want to sell these airplanes, is because he was afraid this kind of stuff was going to happen. So that Thompson Trophy race winning Corsair no longer exists. It was completely destroyed. There was nothing left of it. And the guy obviously died in it. And so there's a piece of history we're never going to see again. The videos were up on YouTube of him flying it. You know, the first, you know, maiden flight after they restored it, but I can't find them anymore. So they may got, because the guy died, they may have taken the picture, the movies down, the videos down. I don't know, but I can't find it anymore. But he put the same paint job back on it that it had on it when it was sitting in. Walter, that's his name, Walter. Maybe I'll think of his last name here in a minute. But yeah, his first name is Walter. And if you Google, I'm sure, well, you could do it if you want. Google Thompson Trophy winning Corsair Walter, and you'll get the whole story. You'll get pictures, you'll get the story from his son's point of view on that one too, and where the guy that killed himself. I'm sure it'll all come up if you just add Walter to it, and then they'll tell you the guy's last name because it says in the story where he bought the plane. And then a few years ago, and I have the magazine from Sun and Fun, one of the P-82 twin Mustangs showed up at Sun and Fun a few years ago, and Oshkosh as well. And that was another plane that came out of Walter's collection. And my buddy was there talking to the guy, and he told him my story about that airplane and where it was, and the guy was just like drooling at the mouth. Oh my God, that's exactly where the plane was. And yeah, my friend went and saw the plane it was in the belly of the Peacemaker, the B-36. The plane was in sections. So the fuselage was so big around, he built racks inside of it, and he had a Spitfire and one of the fuselages from the P-83 or the P-82 in racks, and then the other half of it was probably in the rack in front of it. I never thought to look, but and then the other one was in a kind of a shed construction thing, and the other one was in there, and I have all these pictures, So I have all these planes and all these pictures. And yeah, that's a great picture of it going down the runway. Man, that's awesome. So so that plane got destroyed, and that's exactly what Walter didn't want to happen. And I'm sure he's rolling in his grave that Thompson Trophy winning Corsair no longer exists. Yeah, well, okay, so here's the deal. And I have it marked on my Google Earth. Actually, I think it's on this computer. Let me look real quick. I think it is on this computer. I have it marked. So the son, Walter, died about 10 years ago, I think, now. So the son decided to start selling the airplanes, but with the same intent. Walter just said no to everybody because he just didn't want to sell the airplanes. It was his collection and he wanted to keep it. He just wasn't going to sell them. He did sell a couple, but a lot of money and a lot of persuasion. Son's not being quite that picky. He is being picky. I mean, he definitely wants it to go to the right home, but I don't think he cares if they fly it or not. Where Walter was dead set against anybody flying any of his airplanes. He didn't want them flown. He did not want them made airworthy. And he actually got them to promise him that they wouldn't make it airworthy. Of course, they lied. But yeah, that was pretty much the deal. Was the only way they were going to get to buy the plane is if they promised them not ever make it airworthy again, because he doesn't want that piece of history destroyed. And there you go. So Wild Cargo has survived, and they're doing a great job. But the other guy that bought the Corsair obviously didn't give a crap. He just kept letting this guy fly for years. This guy was flying it all over the country after the restoration, and he finally killed himself in it. Okay, so Google Alert's taking its merry time opening here. Hold on, because I think I pinned it on the map where he is. It's hard to find from the air when you're looking down, because
all the planes are underneath trees, in this field. And depending on what time of the year, when the trees are full of leaves and everything, it's very hard to see the planes. But there's one time when you go back in time, and I don't know if you guys knew you could do that on Google Earth, but you can go back in time 20 years. Um, a winter scene when there's no snow on the ground, but there's no leaves in the trees, you can see the planes pretty good. And I know the place so well, I can point to each airplane and tell you what it is. Just from where it's sitting on the property, I can tell you what airplane it is. I knew that place better than I knew my own backyard because I went there so often. Because I just, and I never knocked on the door. I never asked to go in there. Never touched anything. Never put my hands on anything. Just looked. And and I'd heard that he had thrown a lot of people off the property, because he didn't want people there looking at the stuff. But I never got to meet the guy, and I never got to talk to him, and I never got thrown off the property. So let me see if I can. All right, I don't have it pinned on here. Damn it! I thought I did. Let me just do a quick search, see if I can find it. Because if I find it, I can give you the coordinates. Latitude, longitude. Chagrin Falls. Nope, it's farther east. Okay, here we go. And it's funny because I've read so many different articles written about Walter and his airplanes and everything, and everybody lists a different town of where the planes are, and none of them list really where they are because they don't want you to go there and look at it. They don't want people straying in and. Okay, so there's Chardon. So I think it's over here. Yeah, that was a good try. Didn't work. All right, let's kill that. That's near. Okay, all right. Screw that. Let's just do a quick look. You guys still here? Hang on. Let me. I can't look and see the chat at the same time. So, all right. So yeah, you guys are still here. Okay, cool. All right. Give me a minute. Let me keep looking here for a second. I might be able to find it again. Let's see. Let's go back and see what we got here. Yeah, so they were listing it in Mulberry, which it may be in Mulberry, but I think that was I think it's really in Chardon, if I remember right. So they told everybody it was in Mulberry to throw them off. I believe Mulberry's 2 west of where the planes are. Well, all right. I'm not finding it real quick, so we'll get back to the chat. An FG1? FG1. Now, what is it? Tell me, John. What's an FG1? An F4-year Corsair made by Goodyear? No. John, have you been watching the restoration of the birdcage Corsair that's going on YouTube? The Blanco Lirio went there, interviewed the guy. You know, we were talking about the green paint on the Soviet wheels because it's the corrosion resistant, the zinc chromate paint. Well, they used a salmon color zinc chromate paint on the F4U, the birdcage one, and they're restoring one. So they're painting it with the correct salmon colored. So it's pretty cool. I don't know if that's the one you're talking about, but I have photos of it at Pucola. What's Pucola? What's that? Oh, where's Pucola at? Where's that at? Oh, you're talking about Pensacola? Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, I've been to the museum up there. I have a awesome F-14 model I bought up there. It's on a stand. It is beautiful. So it's in my curio cabinet in the house. It's off the Nimitz. You know, it's one of the Nimitz paint schemes, whatever the hell. I forget what they call those guys. The shit, I can't think of it right now. So it's the same place as it we're talking about. Oh, in Pensacola? No, this isn't in Pensacola. I don't know where the hell this place is, but I don't think it was Pensacola. Are they restoring it, or is it already restored? Yeah, the Nimitz was where my I can't remember the name of the fighter wing on the Nimitz at the moment. I'm having a lot of senior moments tonight. The Jolly Rogers, there it is. Yeah, it's that paint scheme. They are restoring one at Pensacola, a birdcage. Are they? Is it painted salmon color? Is that the primer they're using? A salmon colored primer? I didn't think Bronco Lirio was at Pensacola, but maybe he was. I didn't think he was.
Have you got a link to that by any chance, John? Oh, shit. Just opened your link. Let me look. Loading. Please stand by. I don't know what this is. I gotta go pee. Be right back. So I can get out of here again. God, this is torture. The only problem with this tent thing is it's very tight to get in and out because everything's in the doorway because the power comes in through the doorway. So that, I've got the power cord here, the TV's here, and the camera on a tripod, and I gotta try to work my way around. Oh God, is it cold out in the garage? It's amazing the difference. Man, as soon as you step out of the tent, woo, it's cold out here. Hang on a second. Can you see any pictures of my airplane? Said I do. All right, we're back. Climb under this wire again. Don't trip over that wire. Uh-oh. All right, well, I already screwed up the camera. I'll just walk around it now. Since it's already tilted in the wrong place. There we go. That should be okay. Let me look. Yeah, that's okay. A little lower than it was, but that's all right. Okay.
When you pull up the look at the airplane, it'll have photos attached that show they started with. Cool. Hang on a minute. Is there a link above here that you put up? Yeah, there it is. Okay, hang on. Let me look. God, I love this stuff. I absolutely love this stuff. Oh, I think that's the one I already opened, though. Or tried to open. I don't think it must be this one. Oh, there it is. Birdcage Corsair in the salmon color. So you say this is at the museum in Pensacola? Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. They're literally remanufacturing parts for this airplane in like lots of 20, because in for a penny, in for a pound. If you need a part and you're gonna have to remanufacture it, you might as well make a bunch more, because people are going to want to buy them. So they remanufactured landing gear struts and God, what else were they doing? Yeah, they were remanufacturing a ton of shit for these for this plane, so that they figured they could recoup some of their money by selling off some of the extras that they made, because somebody's going to want them. Wow, those are some great pictures. Yeah, John, do you watch Blanco Lirio? Yeah, those are some great pictures. Jesus. John, where do you live at? You're in Virginia? Or are you in one of the Carolinas? Where do you live at? John, do you need an assistant? Can I carry your briefs, your briefcase, can I, you know, make all your reservations for you for two, so I can go along? Virginia Beach, work at Norfolk. No shit. Do you really? I'll go. I'll go with you. if you need someone to, you know, to go along, I'll go. Wow, that's awesome, man. VQ. Now that's that's not the same place that sells the model airplanes too, is it? Do they do both? We got a place over here, Chief, that sells, you know, in over on the other coast of Florida, and they do both military, full scale, and RC. Takamo. So, are you in the military, or are you just one of those contractors? What's your story, John? Were you in the military? Did you retire and then become a contractor? Navy Squadron. Gotcha. The 707s, are they tankers? Is that what they are? Or reconnaissance? I forget what they were using the 707 for. John Travolta had a 707. I think he donated it to Qantas Air in Australia, to put in their museum or something. I know he's talking about doing that. Man, that's awesome, John. Good for you. That's just freaking awesome. You did your 24. You got your full pension. You got this great government. Man, you're living the high life, buddy. Jesus, I wish I'd have been smart enough to do something like that. Yeah, that's freaking awesome. Good for you, John. That's awesome. God, I love it when I hear a story that somebody did something with their life, you know, that's doing something with their life. You know, I totally screwed mine up. I didn't have any guidance. You know, my parents got divorced when I was 12, and they didn't have any money. They put my brother through college, started him in college, and he was so fucking smart that he didn't need college, and he's a computer programmer, and he's an icon in the world in programming. He gets called hourly by headhunters trying to get him to go work for somebody else, and you know, he can just write his own ticket. And nothing. I didn't get any college. I didn't get any opportunities. Help from my parents. I'm not blaming them. I'm just saying I didn't do anything with my life. I fucked the whole thing up. So So and that's why I'm living in a tent. Not quite, but it's looking back, I didn't, I was stupid. I didn't do something smart with my life. I tried to a couple of times, and both times it failed. And not my fault that they failed. Um, just the world changed, and I had a good career at Allstate Insurance. I thought I was going to retire there, and after 5 years there, uh, they had a massive layoff all over the country because of all kinds of things that were going on in the world back in 2012. And am I happy? No. Am I? No, I'm not. I'll be honest with you. I am not at all happy. I try to make myself happy with these airplanes and doing these live streams to try to keep my head in the game. But no, I am not happy. No, I'm not starving. And now that I was telling the story earlier. I don't know if you were lurking at that point about finding some money in my 401k. Unless I get back to a job that pays well again, I'll never be living under a bridge. This place is paid for. Okay, it's not the Taj Mahal, but it's mine. I own the building. Will be paid off today if the bank is doing. As a matter of fact, let me check that right now while I'm thinking about it. If they're going to release the money today, the building will be paid off today. The property's already paid off. So I'm not. I'm not destitute. I'm not going to be living under a bridge. But I'm in no way, shape, or form well off. I can survive, but that's about it. So let's see if they release this money or not. God, I'm so tired of this freaking security crap. No, I still haven't released it. Shit. Oh God. All right. So anyway, I'm back. You know, John, I wish. Um, I have some corrosion experience, some paint experience. Um, Moving to Jacksonville. I don't know. I'm not going to rule it out. I can tell you that. Yeah, that's the kind of money I was making when I worked for Allstate. You know, and you living here, I can easily live on that kind of money, but I don't know what it would be like in Jacksonville. I don't know what the housing is like up there. I have no idea. Oh, listen to you, Juno. Chicken and bacon rolls. Did you bring enough for all of us? Oh. So are they called sailors if they're flying? I guess they are, huh? Even though they fly airplanes for the Navy, they still call them sailors. That's funny. I wouldn't have thought that offhand, but I guess they are, right? Oh, I think you do, John, for sure. You obviously. I mean, we're talking about these museums, and hell, we were talking about the exact same airplane coming at it from two different ways. That was hilarious. What a small world that was. Yeah. I just, God, from, you know, I think, I'm trying to pinpoint when I fell in love with aviation, and I think it was probably like in '68. Um, I watched Bob Hoover flying at the Burke Lakefront Airport in Cleveland, and he was so impressive to watch fly that Aero Commander, doing all those engine out maneuvers and landing it and all that. They call you Airedales. That's cute. That's funny. Yeah, we used to see him every year. I saw him every year for 5 or 6 years. My dad took me to that air show every year, and it was so impressive. and I never got to meet him, but I sure did get to watch him fly in person. It was awesome. So I'm thinking, because I really don't remember that far back, if there was something before that, I think you're born with it, honestly. I think you're just born with certain, emotions towards stuff because, I don't know what got me into cars, but from like go, I was a car guy. I mean, I loved cars. I first time I looked at a car, I was like, oh my God, it's so cool. And I don't know. So, and the same thing with airplanes. I really can't pinpoint where it started. I just know my whole life I've just been a car and airplane nut. And I don't like conventional stuff so much. Like, everybody wants a split window Corvette. I don't. There's just certain kind of things that people like. Everybody wants a '57 Chevy. I didn't want a '57 Chevy. I have a '56 Chevy. I wanted a '56 Chevy. I didn't want a '55. I didn't like that. And I didn't want a '57. I liked the '57, but I didn't want I wanted a '56. So I have a '56 sedan delivery. And, that's not the normal, of the three, everybody wants a '57. I didn't want a '57. I wanted a '56. So I've always been off on my own, what I like. And Mike Bird, what? You're back. What's up, buddy? So in 89, Honda came out with this motorcycle called the Pacific Coast, and I fell in love with it. I thought it was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. All the magazines hated it. They were all ragged on it. It was the worst motorcycle ever. What was Honda thinking? Blah, 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 blah. Right? It was terrible. And I bought it. I loved it, and I bought it, and I still have it. And it's pearl white. Beautiful. If you ever watch the movie Back to the Future, I think, which one was it? 1 or 2? I think it was 1. No, it had to be 2. Because it was the Mr. Coffee fusion reactor one. So that was in 2. So in Back to the Future 2, if you go to the scene where the three-dimensional, Jaws comes out of the theater, and there's 2 almost completely stock. They're altered, but very slightly. 2 Pacific Coast, both pearl white, parked on the side of the street in that movie. I just thought that was cool that they used those bikes almost unchanged, and it's just a cool motorcycle. So, and then like the next year they made a candy apple red, trying to increase sales, and that didn't work. So they pretty much they dropped the bike. And in 93, I was working at a Honda dealership. And you could still buy brand new in the crate Pacific Coast, either color, white or red. They still had them. They couldn't sell them, couldn't give them away. So they discounted them down to they were trying to get in 89. They wanted, I think $8,900 was the retail, and they couldn't get that. And then I think I bought mine in 89, and I think the end of 89, and I think I got it for $6,200, I believe. And it had all the options on it. So I got it for under retail, and all the options. There was like $4,000 worth of options on the damn thing, and I got all that for free. She just gave it to me. You know, she didn't charge me for anything. It was a demo bike. So she said, "Listen, it's a demo bike. I got a lot of room to move on this. I can make you a really good deal." And she did, and I bought it. So I'm working for the Honda dealership in '93, and they're still in the factory in the warehouse. I think they knocked the price down to $4,500 and sold them all in a month. Both colors, white and red, gone in a month. And then all the dealerships were screaming for Pacific Coast. Oh my God, everybody loves these things. We got to get more. You know, everybody's crying for them. So they came back out with the bike in '94. Okay, so they discontinued it in '90 and brought it back in '94 in black. So the '89s, like mine, are pearl white. The '90s were candy red, metallic, and then they bring it out in black in '94. So '94, '5 were black, and then '96 they really did something stupid, and then the bike went away again. But when they brought it back in '94, all the magazines raved about what a wonderful motorcycle it was. It's the greatest thing they'd ever seen. They don't know why they didn't see it the first time around. They all admitted that they blew they blew it. They were completely wrong about the bike, and it was just hilarious that the bike went that way. So again, it's a motorcycle I fell in love with immediately. Most of the world doesn't even know what it is or hates it. So I don't care. That's what I like. So I have a whole collection of shit like that. And my '86 Pontiac. Nobody knows what the hell that thing is. They only made 1,200 of them. I think it's the coolest car they've ever made. Nobody gives a shit. I think when Richard Petty dies, it'll probably, they'll probably make a movie about his life like Tucker, about his cars, and then everybody's going to want that car. And I probably, even though it'll probably be worth $1 million, I probably still won't sell it. It's just, again, it's one of those cars I fell in love with, and I have it. And so yeah, I have my own tastes. I don't follow the crowd. I like what I like, and I don't care what the rest of the world thinks. Bolivia Air Force? All right, Ken, how in the world did you end up in Bolivia? Were you in the military then? Or, holy crap. Oh, John, I do too. I think World War II aircraft, and that's what's pissing me off is nobody in the model, right now, nobody's making anything World War II anymore. All it is jets. I'm so over the jet crap. I really am. I have 12 model jets, and that's enough. I don't want any more. Every week, or every month, whatever, when they come out with a new release, it's another damn jet. I'm just so sick of the jets. I don't want any more jets. 12 jets is enough jets. Jets, they fly fast, they don't do a lot, and that's it. And I'm over the jet thing. So I wish they'd get back to building the military aircraft. HSD has some beautiful molds that they bought from ARC when they went out of business. And they're not building any of them. they've got Mustang, Corsair, A1 Sky Raider. They've got T-28. They've got a Zero. They have all these beautiful airplanes, you know, either 1450 size or 1600 size, and they won't make them. They won't, and everybody's screaming for them, and they won't make them. But it's going to make more jets. Got to make more jets. I don't know what the big attraction with the jet thing is. It doesn't do a damn thing for me anymore. You know, when I got my first jet, I thought it was pretty cool. Actually, it was my first jet was the 262, the Dynam 262, and it was cool, you know. But it wasn't like, oh my god, it wasn't that. It was just an airplane. I didn't give a crap. And then my second jet was the Avanti S that Freewing came out with. But yeah, you know, I've got enough jets. I don't want any more jets. But that's all anybody wants to build right now are jets. It's like Motion and X-Fly both come out with a business jet. You know, it's like, obviously these guys are talking, the employees, you know, somebody told me that the employees eat lunch together every day at McDonald's or whatever, and they spill the beans what they're working on. So that's how everybody knows what the other guy's making. When they, I don't know if you remember, but when the 70 millimeter Yak 130 came out, you know, Flightline or Freewing and FMS came out with it the exact same time, exact same color. You know, slightly different in the way they were made. FMS did a better job, obviously. But again, you know, they're obviously they're talking to each other because Christ, they just came out with the same damn airplane, same size, same motor size, same overall size. You know, the FMS had much better landing gear and plastic leading edge. You know, and you know, but anyway, it's amazing that they can't come out with something original. They gotta keep making what the other guy's making. You know, why in the world they had to come out with two business jets at the same time? It doesn't make sense to me. I don't get it. So I just wish they'd get back to making warbirds. Either new ones. There's plenty of warbirds they've never made a model of. Sure be nice to take a crack at some of those. But they already have molds for planes that everybody wants, and they won't make them. So I don't know. It just drives me nuts. So when they refurbished those, Ken, those T-33s, did they refurbish them to military paint schemes, or did they try to make them look like civilian, you know, civilian scheme? and if they put military schemes, who's what military do they go with? You know, the United States or? That's interesting. How many T-33s are we talking about here? Yeah, exactly. An SBD, a Hellcat, or Hurricane. Yeah, there's a lot of planes that could be made again, and God only knows why we're not doing it. I don't know. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate that. That's why I did this tonight. I wasn't going to do the Zoom tonight. You know, I don't know why. You know, Air Marshal was so intent about getting Friday night to do his show because Dave RC disappeared, and he's already given up on it. all he wants to do is go Zoom, and I'm not going to do the Zoom anymore. You guys deserve a show on Friday night, and he promised to do it, and he's not. So I'm going to do it, until somebody else wants it back. If Dave wants it back, I'll give it back. But, I'm practically doing a show every night of the week now. Ryan does Saturday, I do Sunday. David yourself does Sunday, but he does it so early. I'm still flying at 6:30 or whatever he does his show. I'm at the flying field flying. I can't come home to watch his show. I wish I could, but I want to fly, so I'm still at the flying field. But at 9 o'clock, I'm usually home by then, or sometime around then. We don't talk about airplanes, talk about everything else. And sometimes we get on subjects I really don't give a crap about. I enjoy it, it's fun, but, there was supposed to be a show before the Zoom tonight for the guys that don't Zoom, like you, Mike. And, did Bobby K send them? I doubt Bobby K's the one sending them to the Pachencic brothers. They're probably coming right out of the factory. Bobby K's just the U.S. guy. I seriously doubt he'd be the one sending them to the Pachencic, unless you heard that he did. I don't think Bobby's the one that sent them. You feel out of place? Really? I don't have that problem. I have fun in the Zoom. Don't get me wrong. I like it. It's fun to do. But like I said, there's a lot of guys like you that don't like it, and you guys were promised a show. Dave made an announcement that he was going to take Friday nights, give up Mondays. And he gave up Monday, and then he did Friday for a month and gave up Friday. So he doesn't do a show anymore. He just wants to go Zoom. It's not right. You guys wanted a show, you deserve a show. So I'll do it. I'm not trying to hog all the airway. I'm just filling in for it because nobody else wants to do it anymore. Everybody's quit. So I'll do it until somebody else wants to take a stab at it, and they can pick whatever night they want. I'll give them that night and keep doing all the rest. GB's quitting again, I guess. He's making excuses that it's his internet. Maybe it's true. I don't know. He quit once, came back. He wanted to quit once, and one of the guys talked him out of it. Then he did quit, and then he came back. And now it seems like he wants to quit again. So there's Tuesday night's flight club, and then Wednesday GB's not doing it, so I'm doing it. Thursday's my night, I'm doing it. Friday's Marshall's night, he don't want to do it. Saturday's Ryan, and then Sunday late, I do it. And then Monday, nobody took over Monday when Dave quit, so I'm doing Mondays. So I don't know, so listen, it's a hard job. This is not easy. It's a lot of work to do this, and it can be expensive. I'm on a budget, so I can't do what everybody else can do. I'd like to review new airplanes and stuff, but I don't have the money to go out and buy them. And I know times are tough and nobody's got any money. I get that. So, but before I was giving away airplanes and stuff because people were sending me money. I was getting Super Chat money or Patreon money or PayPal money, and that stopped pretty much. I've got a couple of people that still send me a little bit of money, but so I can't buy airplanes to review, and I can't give them away, and it's just the times are tough. I get it, but that doesn't mean I'm going to stop doing this. I'm going to keep doing this. I just wish I had some of the other guys who can afford to buy the latest release airplane and they review it, and I can't, you know. So I know I'm losing viewers because of that, but you're way too ugly for Zoom. Listen, guys, you don't have to be on camera. You can turn the camera off. There's, you know, you don't even have to talk if you don't want to. You can come into Zoom, kill your camera, kill your mic. You can hear you could see and hear everybody else, and just lurk all night. You know, you don't even have to participate, and you don't even have to tell them who you are. You know, just pick a name, something silly. You know. Keebler Elf, you know, that's you type in the name you want to show up on the thing, and you know, be whatever you want to be, you know. Yeah, that's true, Mike, but there aren't a lot of people getting free airplanes right now. I only have gotten one free airplane to review, and you know, the Petrenchik brothers get free airplanes. Ryan gets free airplanes. Some of the rest, pretty much the rest of them don't get free airplanes. They're buying them. So yeah, it's you know, and then have to upgrade camera equipment and, you know, computers, and, you know, it's a lot of work. I don't mind it. Not complaining. I don't mind it. I just love hanging out with you guys. I mean, we've been on for 7 hours and 20 minutes tonight. You know, and I'm not trying to set any records. We're having a great time. You know, especially with the stuff that. Sorry, I lost my squirrel. Oh God, you know, the stuff that John Graham brought out tonight was awesome. You know, so yeah, I mean, that's what's, you know, I'm wide awake. You know, want to talk more about World War II airplanes, you know, and stuff. You know, I'm just, so yeah, I don't know. I want to get back on Kermit for a minute. I don't know if any of you guys got to see the museum that he had and dismantled, but he had the coolest damn museum over here, you know, an hour away from me, that was set up so beautifully that I was so bummed when he took it apart. I've been over there so many times and gone through the museum because it was so cool. And I mean, the first thing you do when you go through the doors, okay, it's like a movie theater. They got the red ropes up, and you know, and there's a pair of double doors, and you go through these double doors into pitch blackness, okay, and the doors close, and then your eyes adjust, and you see where you're inside a C-47 with wind blowing on you and engine noise, and the plane is shaking, okay? So you're standing in an airplane, is what it feels like, it's in flight, okay? And the red-green lights are above, you know, you walk down the fuselage to the back, and there's red and green lights above your head, and when the green light comes on, you're supposed to jump out of the airplane, like a paratrooper, right? That's how the museum starts. Okay, now what's cooler than that? Okay, I mean, you really they really did a great job with the engine sounds, the wind, you know, the whole bit, right? So you jump out of the airplane. It's like a 6-inch drop. I mean, it's nothing, but until you jump out, it's I mean, really cool, right? And you jump out, and it's like I said, it's like a 6-inch drop. It's barely a, you know, because then anybody get hurt. And then you start walking around, and there's a path, and the path is lined with sandbags. Okay, so you have to follow the path, and I think there were footprints on the ground, and there's all this stuff to look at. There's RC airplane stuff hanging around, and all different kinds of aviation stuff. It's not all war, but a lot of it's war, World War II stuff. Yeah, Kermit the Frog. Yeah. Thank you, Mike. I'm trying not to, guys. I'm really. They're making it hard on me. I'm going to be honest, but I'm trying. I'm really trying. And then you'd come to a tent. Okay, you go inside the tent, and there's an old reel-to-reel movie projector running with no reels. It's all it's all done digitally, but the reels are spinning, but there's no film in the reels. They're just rolling. But the projector's projecting. Actually, I don't even know. There's a light bulb in the projector. It's probably just a DPL television. But it's a briefing. You're at a briefing. And there's a silhouette of a major or colonel. You don't see the face. It's just a black outline. And he's talking to you and pointing up at the map. And here's our mission today. We're going to blah, blah, blah here and go there. And we're wheels up at whatever 1800 hour, whatever, probably 600. But and it was so cool. You're just sitting on a wooden bench and you're in the briefing, and then you get up and you go out of there. More sandbags. You follow it around, and there was an area where they had a hot air balloon flying and a video running around the balloon. And it was set up like Disney World. I mean, it really was. It was such a cool museum. It was I loved going through that thing. And then you come out into this gigantic hangar. You're inside a hangar, but you're not supposed to be in a hangar. It's set up like you're outside. There's trees over here with snow on the ground, and there's all this plant life under the trees, and sounds coming from the trees. Like I said, it's Disney World. And there's animals in the brush there. You can hear animals running around and chirping and whatever noises they're making. And you hear all these animals in the woods over here. And over to the left over here is a B-17. A full B-17 sitting there on the field. It looks like you're, the way it's decorated inside this hangar is, you look like you're in a field on a air base somewhere with grass runways kind of stuff, right? And there's two mechanics working on the airplane, and they're animated. They're moving. So they're talking to each other while they're, passing wrenches and working on the plane. And you go to the back of the plane, and they've got a little staircase you go up and get in the back of the plane. And now, same thing again. It's vibrating, the engine sounds are running, and, and there's wind and the whole bit. And then you walk up forward, and you walk right through the bomb bay doors. The bomb bay doors are open. There's a video running underneath it, like you're flying over Germany, and you're seeing all the, the industrial stuff going on, and the plane's vibrating in the wind, and the doors are open, the bombs are hanging in the racks, and you have to walk up this real narrow. There's things to grab hold of, and you feel like you're in an airplane again. And then you walk past the navigation, the radio guy and the nav guy, and then you come up to the front of the plane, and there's two pilots sitting there. There's nobody in the turret. I don't think there was a guy in the turret above. I don't remember. But they modified it, and there's a staircase coming down out of the front of the airplane, right where right between the pilots. There's a stairway that comes down, and you just walk down the stairway and come out underneath the airplane on the front and go on to the next thing. And it's more sandbags, another tent, another briefing, and it just goes on and on like this. And then you end up walking out into the hangar, the main hangar on the main building, and then there's all these airplanes in there, circles around, planes under planes, and there's Jesus, I don't know. There was 50 airplanes in the hangar, and you get, good morning, John. How you doing in the morning? And And then there's plaques in front of the planes, explains what they are and all that. And then there's a hangar next to that you walk over to, and they've got all the old World War II flight simulators. The little stubby wing, contraption that you would climb in, close the hood on it, screen in front of you, the stick makes it bank and roll and all that, and you get into dogfighting your buddies that get in the other ones, and it was so cool. And he dismantled all that for Act 3 that he's working on now. I think it's Act 3. And they haven't even started it yet. The guy's never going to live long enough to see Act 3 ever happen. He's not even working on it. I mean, he's planning and he's whatever. I don't know what he's doing. He's been talking about it for, God, at least 6 years now. And nothing's happening. And I like what his thoughts are about Act 3, but when are you going to start working on it? Because it's not going to happen overnight. It's a big project. And he hasn't even started on it. So, I don't know, but he dismantled that whole museum because now he's using that area to restore airplanes. And so he built another hangar across the runway on the other side, and he moved a bunch of the airplanes over there now, and the gift shop's over there now. And there was a 50s diner inside the main building. His office is right above the diner. I don't even think that's open anymore at all. You used to be able to fly in there and eat at the diner. I don't think you can do that anymore. So I don't know. I don't know what Kermit's doing. I wish. Well, I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. I keep waiting to see them break ground on Act 3, but I don't see it happening. And I don't think he's going to live long enough to do it. Honestly, to see it completed. Oh, Mike, that is so nice of you. Man, thank you. That would be awesome. Absolutely. Of course I'm going to do an unboxing, a build, I'll film flights. Of course I do all of that. That's a given. So, yeah, that would be awesome if you did that. That would absolutely be awesome. And I would gladly review it, build it, videotape all of it, and take it out and fly it, and I'll videotape every flight I ever fly it if you want. I mean, that's what I give back to you guys, is to be able to do that. I love being able to do those kind of things, for you guys. And when I was working, I had enough money to do it, just buy planes I wanted, and a couple that I didn't. But you guys wanted me to buy them, so I did. Because you wanted them reviewed, so I did it. And so So anyway, I just wish and I've looked on YouTube, and it doesn't look like anybody ever went through the museum in the old days, the way it was set up, with a camera. So I think all that's lost. I haven't found a video yet that shows, the old museum, how cool that setup was. I mean, the B-17 sitting on the runway with the engine sound. Oh, thank you, Juno. That's awesome, man. Thank you, buddy. You just walked in there, and honest to God, you're in a hangar, obviously, but you don't think you are. You really think you're outside. There's snow on the ground. There's animals in the woods. These two guys are working on an airplane. I mean, it was just so cool. It was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. The coolest way to display a B-17 I've ever seen. It was awesome. It was absolutely awesome. And I think that's gone. I don't know. I know a lot of the museums disassembled. I don't know if it all is. You know, he might have left part of it there until he moves more stuff to do whatever. I don't know what he's doing. You know, but the whole setup was beautiful. I don't know if you've ever seen, but there's stairs that walk up into the main lobby area where there's the 50s diners over there. The old gift shop was over here, and I think the ticket counter was here. And then you would get your tickets and go through the red roped off lane to the doors, and then you, like I said, you step into the museum, and you're in the back of a C-47 that you have to paratroop out of. It was so cool. What a way to start a museum. It was, jumping out of an airplane. It was so cool. I miss it. I wish he hadn't taken it apart, because the way it is now, it's just, it's got beautiful airplanes. Don't get me wrong, but it's just, they're just sitting there with a plaque in front of them. And some of them don't. I don't even think the new museum on the other side now, the new hangar, I don't even think they have plaques in front of the planes. I think they're just parked there. And you walk in and look around. He says you could see the whole thing in 3 hours. Well, shit, you couldn't do it before that 3 hours. Not really, man. We used to be able to go, like, that big Sunliner amphibious commercial transport plane. You used to be able to go in that thing. I went in it, went upstairs, and they, to the lounge area. They've got this little tiny bar in the corner that, is where they would serve the drinks, and there's couches on both sides. And, it was so cool to be able to go up inside that plane and walk around and see it, touch it, So I've been in that airplane, not anymore, he doesn't do that anymore. So, but yeah, we're talking, God, I don't know, 15 years ago? Yeah, probably 10 to 15 years ago when that museum was like that. It was beautiful. So, listen, it's a tough business to be in. I mean, guys like me will go back more than once, but a lot of people, okay, I've been to Fantasy Flight, I've seen it, done it, not going back, So how do you keep bringing people back, He had a lot of special events over there that he does. He did this Mustang thing every year, Mustangs and Mustangs. So the Ford Mustang Club brought their Mustangs over there to get their pictures taken with P-51 Mustangs. And that was a big to-do they did every year. I've been to that one. And they do autocrosses over there. I haven't been to those yet, but you can tell looking at the pavement, and I have found videos of that. So they used to do autocrosses over there. They might still be, I don't know. And what other special events? He had a big zip line thing put in. I don't know where he got the idea for that. And I don't think it's been used in years. But yeah, one of those, it's a big tower thing with you put the harness on, you're hanging from a zip line, and then they, send you down to the other end. He built one of those, had that put it over there. I've never seen anything done with that. I haven't found anything online, so I don't even know what that was about, honestly. What else has he done over there that's, I mean, he's trying to make enough money to keep the place open, and dudes, thank you so much, man. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. So I don't know what he's doing, trying to keep the doors open. I know he closes it now during the winter, I think. Maybe it's during the summer. I don't know. He's got the place closed, and then when it is open, I think it's only open on like Fridays and Saturdays, and like only a half a day, like noon to 4 or something like that. his plan for the Act 3 thing is to have a boardwalk out on, he's got a lake there. You can fly an amphibious plane in there. And he's talking about doing this boardwalk thing with all these businesses along the boardwalk. And you could drive in, park and walk in, or you can fly in, dock your plane at the dock and, go in that way. And there's going to be restaurants and I think art galleries and all this stuff to look at that would bring people back, especially if he's got a couple of anchor stores there, like maybe an Applebee's, so that people that just want to go out for dinner for the night could go to there and have dinner at Applebee's at his location, and then maybe they'll go strolling around in all the stores and buy something, That all makes sense to me, but he needs a couple of attractions to get people to even want to come there in the first place. So a good anchor restaurant, and then maybe an anchor, store of some kind. Maybe somebody that specializes in aviation. I can't think of anybody offhand at the moment, but kind of like a, what's the name of that damn, Dick's Sporting Goods, okay? An anchor store like that, but not Dick's necessarily, unless Dick's has a airplane department, but something aviation related that's like Dick's, that he could put there. So if he had an anchor store for shopping and an anchor store for food, then whatever anybody else wanted to come do would probably be successful, because people are going to come for that and then stay for the rest. And I think that was what his plan was. But like I said, I haven't seen any growth in that at all, so I don't know what he's doing. He sure had a vision, though. The first museum was so beautiful. God, I love that place. I was so sorry when I heard him say he tore it down, because he expanded the restoration part of it. I was like, why? Why'd you do that? No, don't do that. I need a... What now? My zapper's over there. Do I need to go get my zapper for some reason? Did you guys see something flying around in here? Ever since this garage went up, I ain't... John! Oh, John, thank you, man. You guys are freaking awesome tonight. Thank you so much. Yeah, I haven't seen anything flying in this building. It's not airtight, I can tell you that. There's plenty of places where bugs can crawl in. It's not like the old garage where shit could fly in. Birds, eagles. I had an owl in there twice. I had, which is really cool. That was so cool to see an owl flying around inside my other garage. I don't know if you've ever seen an owl fly or hear an owl fly. You can't hear an owl fly. There's no sound. There's literally no sound. The bird's flapping its wings and you don't hear anything. It's silent. So I watched an owl flying around in there. Little one. It was a little. I think it was a. I don't know. I forget. It was a white-faced owl. I forget what they call that, but it was a cute little owl that was in there twice. And I've had other birds in there. There's been a lot of birds, and there's bird droppings everywhere. So they've been in there. But yeah, it's. Nothing gets in here. I don't know what the heck, but. Oh God! All right, guys. Listen, I want to go flying today, and it's already 5:30 in the morning. We're going on 8 hours. So, another 15 minutes, and we've been here 8 hours. I'm going to go get some sleep so I can go flying today. Maybe. I certainly won't be doing a 9 o'clock show for sure. I'm not going that early. I'm going to have to get some sleep before I go flying. But thanks for being here, guys. Love having you. I had a great time tonight, especially when John started talking about all the cool stuff he's doing. That was awesome. As a matter of fact, John, are you still in here? John Graham, are you still in here? I would love to have you on the show. We got to set this up where we can Skype or Facebook or whatever, and I'll have you on the show and interview you. We can talk about. I'll interview you and we can talk about stuff. How's that sound? You want to do that? Does that sound cool? Let's. Do you have my phone number, John? Everybody has my phone number. Do you have it? You should have it. Oh. Oh, John Hill, really? You got 4 inches of snow? Damn. No, John, you don't have to be important. But you are that interesting. You're absolutely listen, I'm going to put my phone number up and then I'll take it down. So let me just type it in here real quick. Write it down and then I'll erase it. Oh, you're going to give me yours instead? All right, I'll do it that way. Hang on a minute. Let me type it in here. Come on, phone. Okay, we got there it is. 757 289 5836. Okay, cool. All right, so I'm saving it. You save mine, and go ahead and take your phone number off this post, because millions of people can watch this over and over again, and I don't think you want everybody calling you. All right, thanks, John. All right, bye. All right, guys. So you hate seagulls. All right, I don't know. What did I miss? How do we get on seagulls? That's funny. All right, so yeah, 10:34 a.m. here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's 5:34 here. So there's 5 hours difference between us. So I'm gonna cut it off, guys. Thanks for coming. Great time tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed my canopy opening. thing because that was cool. I enjoyed the hell out of that. And I'll see you guys tomorrow night, or tonight actually, since it's well into Saturday now. Pilot Ryan's show, and then I'm more than likely going to be doing a show Sunday night, so we'll go live again Sunday night, and we'll see you guys there. All right. So thanks for coming. I'll see you guys later. Have a great day. We'll talk to you later.